Hey everybody, welcome back to the stream. Hope you're all having a good afternoon. Welcome Ira, a Twilight Prince, and everybody else who is currently here. Alright guys, so since yesterday's, you know, playtest day, they've done an update, and it's a pretty significant one, at least for me personally. They've actually buffed Bartender, but they buffed it in a way that I don't think is what was making Bartender broken. I'm going to explain kind of my general thought process on where this class currently is. So, yesterday, the buff effects were only 35 seconds long, which basically by the time you ended up finishing the drinks, your buffs were gone, pretty much, which felt really, really silly. So they buffed it to 50 seconds, which I think is a good change. I still think that Vicious Downpour is too strong. If it were me, I would probably make the drink with a either higher caster time, higher like material cost, or maybe reduce its damage by a little bit. Because I think this is really what's making Bartender so strong right now in particular. But I am glad that they've increased the buff duration times. Honestly, I think I'd rather it just be a flat 60 seconds. Just so, you know, you have to buff yourself every minute to minute and a half with additional buffs, and I think that would be fine. Having to basically constantly cycle your buffs definitely gets a little bit tiring for solo. Maybe if they're worried about that kind of gameplay in trios, maybe they can make Bartender where the drink lasts for longer if you drink it versus if you throw it for your teammates. That way, solo Bartender is not gimped because of trio Bartender being too strong, just as an example. Yeah, so with the buffs, like, being made, I might play a little bit of Bartender and see, like, how the buffs are feeling. Prince, if I feel like I don't have to just be buffing the entire game, in a way that it feels like it's intruding on, like, the gameplay itself, then I'll play Bartender. If I still feel like the timer is too short, and it's taking away from, like, just the game itself, then I'll probably just go back to Brick and level my Brick up to 15. So, we'll kind of see how I'm feeling. We'll see. We'll see. Hey, Chaotic. What's up, man? Bartender got buffed. What are we gonna do? Play Bartender. What do you mean, what are we gonna do? Play the class. You play you play it. What do you mean? Duh. What do you mean? What are you gonna do? That's a silly question. Hey Joe, how long is the test? 1 week. 1 week from the release day. So October 13th to I think it's October 20th, which is what is that, next Monday? Pretty sure it's Monday. Well, in reality, Chaotic, I don't think the buff is really the issue. I think the problem is actually more in line with the current poison ability that Bartender has, because I don't think buffs lasting for 30 seconds was at all fun gameplay. So I actually don't think the buff is a bad thing. It's just that they need to balance the poison for Bartender. I think that's like the most important thing for the devs to look at. I mean, I'm personally not planning to go back to Dad's Sneakers, so I mean, you can you can do what you want, right? That's up to you. But I'm not really planning on going back. I would sooner buy Arc Raiders and play it before I went back to Dad for the season. Yep. Best weapon in the game. I'm actually really liking the shovel, surprisingly. I didn't like it at first, but I'm kind of liking it now. It's kind of like a felling axe. If you miss, it's really punishing, but it does really good damage. Keep lagging really bad when you get close to anyone for PvP. Have I had this issue? Are you streaming or no, Big Willie? Is this just general gameplay, or is this gameplay like when you're trying to, like, is this like with OBS, like, running or not? What do you think? I do hate the felling, yeah. I do hate the felling. I don't know why, it feels okay in this game for some reason to me. I don't know why. Maybe it's because the range is a little bit further. Think I'll play Missile Hunter when it drops. Yes. Yeah. That's a, yeah, of course. Why wouldn't I? Have I not made it clear enough that that's, you know, that I'm like really enjoying Missile? If I haven't made that clear already, yes, I'm absolutely gonna be playing Missile when it launches. Absolutely. It probably doesn't matter what game is out at the time. I will almost certainly play it. So. Just playing on 120. So I'll tell you, obviously I know this doesn't like help you at all, Willie, but I was having a lot of issues from stream, and I was able to fix it by allotting my cores for my PC. Basically, OBS and Midnight Walkers, I guess it's because it's UE5. It was like really, really intensive on like all my cores because that's how it was set up by default from OBS. And when I changed that setting, it actually got like way smoother for me, and the streams completely stopped. I don't think that like helps you at all, because I don't know how to fix your issue personally, but I'm just telling you that I also had like issues myself, but I was able to get them resolved. I mean, again, I don't know how the hell I could get it to relate to your issue if you're not streaming. I guess it would just be reducing the graphic settings of reducing your frame rate. Playtest is a week long, Elra. Yep, 1 week. From last Monday, so it should be till the 20th. I'm surprised that I'm honestly I'm surprised that people don't like Mistfall Hunter. I don't know, to me it just feels like the most fun extraction game. I don't know. It just maybe it's my love for Dark Souls that like turns me into like liking that game or something, but I don't really know. I just really like it. But yeah, I like Missile Hunter a lot. I don't think that's a surprise or anything for anybody at this point. I think everybody probably knows that by now. Mistfall needs more maps, but it also needs to fix it also needs to fix their like the server issues, like the lag and stuff. They got to do that too. Wait, did they increase the casting speed for this stuff? I thought this had... Why is this casting instantly? Am I... Wait, that's so fast. Did they buff that? I swear that's faster than it used to be, but maybe I'm tripping. I might be tripping. I mean, I'm in like default gear, so it's not like I have gear that's like helping me here. That's so fast. I don't know. I'm not really sure. Did the game crash? I think the game crashed, fellas. I can't... Oh, there it is. There it is at the top. Wait, are they really taking the servers down? Oh my god, did we just start stream at the start of server maintenance? Is that what just happened? Screw me, bro. Oh my god. Is that is that really impeccable timing? Is that real? Is this real life? Is this real? Oh my god. Are you serious? God damn it. God damn it, man. Timing is actually unreal. Wow. That's incredible. Oh my god. Oh my god. Maybe I should try out a different Steam demo game for 30 minutes or whatever, however long it takes. Maybe it's quick maintenance. Maybe it'll only be down for like a minute. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I mean, there was no way for me to know. It just popped up randomly, yeah. It just came out of nowhere. All of them have been an hour? Is that true? You're probably right. Yeah, you're probably right on that. It's so obnoxious. It's so freaking annoying. I wonder what the update is. Hopefully at the very least the update is something, like, worthwhile, you know? Hopefully it's something actually useful. Oh yeah, look at the casting time for the drinks. Song of Raging Bull is 0.5, Heart is 0.5, and Tears of Fury is 1 second. They've increased the casting time by a very significant amount for those drinks. That's actually kind of surprising. Maintenance is from 2:30 to 3. Are you sure it's only 2:30 to 3? Because I'm pretty sure the top says new matchmaking is disabled. So it's only a half-hour maintenance? Okay. Well, I guess that's a little better, I guess. I said the NF demo looked good. I don't even know what NF is. What is NF? Interesting that bartenders got buffs across the board. Weren't they dominating yesterday? Yes, that's pretty much correct, yeah. Bartender was, yeah. Yeah, they were. I'm not too sure about the buffs, to be honest. I don't know, but why I'm playing Bartender today. As soon as I saw they got buffed, it was like, you know, pretty obvious I might as well play them, right? You have the perfect demo for me. Mr. X, aren't you the one who recommended me to play the Cube? whatever that game is called. Because that was, didn't seem great. Unless that wasn't you and someone else recommended that game to me. I'm not sure. Well, maintenance is only a half hour apparently, so we won't actually have that much downtime, which is surprising because I thought maintenance was usually an hour. So. Oh yeah, the Cube game, that game was trash. It was actually so bad. Like, not only was my server completely dead, but I tried a little bit of the gameplay and it just was not... I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something, but that game did not seem it. It did not seem like it was it. I don't know. Pretty sure I want buff duration. God, dude. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Can we not, please? Can we not? I didn't even see that thing. Must have came out of the locker, but... Jesus, man. That was too much. Dude, SWAT zombies are crazy. They're so beefy! Oh my god, please. Jesus. Of course there's another zombie in here. Of course there is. Jesus, man. That was insane. Play hardcore? Can't play hardcore. I have no level 15 characters. Because it takes 18 years to level up one class. If you play more than one class, you're never getting to hardcore. So, couldn't tell you. And the leveling up in this game is very, very, very slow. I'm not really sure how the average person is ever going to make it to hardcore. Floor's decent size. Oh yeah, they're pretty large, I would say. It's a pretty big area. Oh, I guess I ran out of materials. I feel like even with the buff to bartender's like drink duration, it still feels like I'm spending a lot of time like buffing. And by the time like if I don't preemptively buff and I wait for a person to show up, I feel like it'll be too late. I don't know. I'm not really entirely sure how I feel about the buff duration or not. But I know the poison is like super strong, so you know. I know that bartender is not bad by any means. Oh my god. Oh my god, you freaking meanie. Okay. Unbelievable. It was Omega dead. Dude had no freaking chance of surviving that if he didn't have that pod open. Oh my god. God, man. That guy got clapped though. I mean, he was. I'm telling you, like, if he didn't have that pod to escape to, he's dead. There's no way he survives that. He was probably one shot already. Yeah, that's just unfortunate.
What can I get for you?
I need to check out these patch notes.
Mm-hmm. Bet you've never seen some of this stuff before, have you?
No, Bartender's definitely good at PvP. I'm not trying to say that he's not. He's very, very good at PvP. I'm just saying that I dislike having to rebuff myself every 50 seconds. Because by the time I buff myself, I feel like my buffs are already gone for, like, 4 PvP. But Vicious Downpour is so strong that, you know, it's kind of hard not to play Bartender. If that makes sense. What is this game called? Midnight Walker is Stalana. Oh yeah, okay, let me pull up this Discord real quick. See what this immediate maintenance is. Oh, you guys can't see it, can you? Alright, maintenance is scheduled 2:30 p.m. to 3 p.m. Maintenance details, XP gain from gameplay is increased by ×5. Alright, so I'll finally get a level 15 character at some point. XP gain increased to match the short test period. Well, yeah. Fix an issue where the charge attack enhancement perk effect applied to Brick's punches. Wait, that was a thing? You could just run around punching with Brick with charge attack enhancement? I didn't know about that. That would have been really funny to try out before it got nerfed. Fix an issue where players could not claim mission items sent to mail. I had that bug where it was just stuck in mail forever. Resolve the Asia 2 server. Don't know what that means, but okay. If you are playing the game when maintenance begins, there's a risk of data loss, including items. Please ensure you safely exit the game before maintenance begins. We'll do our best to provide a better gameplay. Okay. So, yeah. TLDR, game is going down until... What can you do to play? Midnight Walkers? Oh, it's easy. Just go to Steam. Go to the Steam store. Go to the Next Fest up here at the top. Well, you don't have to do all these steps, but this is where you can find Midnight Walkers as well, because it's here. You can also just search for Midnight Walkers. And then... once you're on Midnight Walkers page, just download it at the bottom. It's that easy. Oh yeah, so this is the game that, let me see if I can find it. The game, yeah, this is the game that people were telling me. It's an extraction game, but no joke, I think 98% of the player population for this game is Asia servers. Not even joking, I think they're all Asia. Because I tried to play, and US East server was completely dead. There was no players whatsoever. Also, if you go to the community hub for this game, all of the community hub, well, not all of it, but a lot of it is not in English. More English today than there was yesterday, I'll admit. Because yesterday it was actually all foreign. But there is some English now. But regardless, yeah, it seems like most of the people that are currently playing this game, which was like 4,000 yesterday, is all like from Asia, pretty much. Very Asian? Oh, it's definitely very Asian for sure. Yeah, absolutely. Rules of engagement. Just another like beta. Tactical RPG. Craft build. It's a shooter game. I play Arc Raiders? Maybe. I might end up playing it. So is this an extraction game? Yes. But it doesn't say extraction. But I guess it is. Well, so for me, Arc Raiders is kind of Arcane Raiders. That's really funny. Did that come after Arc Raiders or before Arc Raiders? I don't know, but that's kind of funny. I wonder how many people have clicked on that game because it comes up with Arc Raiders. It's funny. So yeah, I'm a little bit torn. So I'm going to explain to you why, or like what my biggest issue with Arc Raiders is. I have been playing extraction games, not just since Dark and Darker, but I've actually been playing extraction games since Vigor, probably over 8 years ago, 7 years ago, whenever it released on console. And Vigor was a third-person shooter extraction game that did not have seasonal wipes. And the knowledge that Arc Raiders is not planning to wipe, for me personally, kind of takes a lot of wind out of the sails of the game, because I don't really find extraction games that don't wipe particularly fun anymore, because I've already been through games that have gameplay that doesn't wipe, and I just don't really find it like particularly. I don't know. I just think it's a mistake to have a seasonal game where you're not like wiping other people. That like pretty much kills it. Not only is it a shooter game, which I don't really care about shooters. I think they're just kind of boring. But yeah, the fact that it doesn't wipe takes out a lot of it for me personally. Mr. X, I played Arc Raiders myself. I mean, it was okay, but it's just, at the end of the day, it's just another shooter. I don't really see the hype around shooters anymore for me. Like, I just don't really enjoy them very much. It's just, all shooters are basically the same. That's how it feels, at least, you know? For me personally, I just don't really find much enjoyment out of shooter games. I don't see how it's fun to play an extraction game where some guy can kill me in one bullet from halfway across the map. I just don't understand, like, how that's fun, like, for people. If people can choose to wipe or not, that doesn't resolve the issue, though, because I want everybody to start on an equal footing. I don't want to wipe myself and have other people be able to keep their stuff. Either everybody needs to wipe, or well, I don't really want to play it, pretty much. I mean, it's fine if you like our creators. I'm not here to convince you otherwise. I'm just telling you straight that I just don't like... I just don't think... Well, I just don't really like shooter games that much anymore. I just find them kind of boring. Doesn't really... I mean, it's cool if you enjoy it. That's fine. You know? I'm not here to convince you otherwise. But, yeah, shooter games typically just end up revolving around, like, insta-killing from areas that you don't, like, avoid where you don't see another player, which just gets really... I don't know, I like upfront and personal fighting, you know? That's why I like Dark and Darker, because I like to see somebody and then have a fight. I don't like to be walking around and then have some guy sitting in a bush 150 miles away, or 150 yards away, hit me with like one sniper shot, and then I'm dead. I used to be good at shooter games. Yeah, when I played Vigor, my stats were were actually up at like the top of the leaderboard. I used to be very good at shooter games. Well, you know, funny enough, it was actually Dark and Darker that... No, not Dark and Darker. It was the Calling that changed my preference in games forever. Because I was like an only shooter gamer. I only played shooters. I played COD, I played Battlefield, I played Halo, I played Gears of War, I played like single player shooters too. I played like I still like Borderlands, but like I played games like Borderlands, or I don't know, whatever. I played a lot of shooter games back in the day. Again, including like Vigor too. And then when I played The Calling, I realized, oh, it's actually so much more fun having real, like, combat engagements that are not just dictated on instant time to kill from a gun, because the game feels more skill based, which is why I levitated towards melee combat. And then when The Calling died, because Xaviant is shit, I moved on to Dark and Darker after looking for a game like The Calling for a while. Obviously, Dark and Darker is not equal to The Calling. It's a different game. But that said, for me personally, like, Dark and Darker was a very, like, good... It was a very similar kind of game where it was, you know, melee combat, but it also took the extraction genre, which I already liked from Vigor, and added them together, which was great. So, yeah, between The Calling and Dark and Darker, that's really what ended up shaping my, like, personal preference on what games that I like to play. And that's a big reason why I, like, every time I hear about, like, extraction shooters that people like to play, I'm like, okay, like, it's fine. You know, funny enough, I used to be I used to be a big Rust player too. But it was on console. Console Rust is trash, by the way. But I didn't have a PC at the time, so I played console Rust as that's was my only option. I used to like shooters enough that like I was really into Rust. But yeah, those days are kind of over too. Well, preferences change over time. I know I'm not the only person who does stuff like that, or you know, has changed their game preference over time. I mean, are you gonna tell me that that you play the same exact games that you played 10 or 10 or 15 years ago? Because I'm sure that a lot of you don't, you know. I used to buy every new COD game out, like from Modern Warfare, or from like COD 4, World at War, all the way to Black Ops 4, minus the jetpack Call of Duties. I bought and played every single one for probably 20 to 40 days of gameplay apiece, easily. And I would not even so much as look at a COD game anymore. I don't even, like, COD isn't even on my radar of games to, like, download and play. I did briefly play Warzone, but that was only because there was a really funny mechanic where you could go into Warzone and drop into a truck and then just run people over with the truck, and it was like people like couldn't kill you in it. It like they could, but it was really hard. So I would just drop down and try to get wins with with just running people over with a truck. It was fun. That was the only time that I enjoyed playing COD in like the last like 5 years, pretty much. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at as far as games go. You know, I'm not here to sway your opinion on what games that you like. I'm just telling you, I personally don't enjoy shooter games as much as I used to. I just find them, I just don't find them as fun as like melee focused games. It's why I levitate so much to games like Missile Hunter or Midnight Walkers, just like two examples. It's because I really like the melee combat, but it's such a niche genre that, well, truthfully, I don't know if this genre will ever, I don't know if it'll ever take off mainstream, because mainstream players just want shooters. Mainstream players don't want games like this. They want to just, that's just what people want, you know? Benno, the game is currently on maintenance until 3 o'clock. We have about 30 minutes until we can play again. That's why I'm sitting here yapping. I'm waiting for the game to come back. This is Midnight Walkers, Hijack. It's kind of like Dark and Darker with zombies, in a way. Different atmosphere, but similar kind of combat. Yeah, right now I'm just waiting for the game to come back up so I can play more. Did I play the most recent Sword AI test? I don't think so. Probably not. I think for the time being, for Sword Eye, I'm just gonna hold off and wait until the game releases, and then, kind of, like, gauge it from there. I enjoyed Sword Eye's gameplay, but it needs more players, unfortunately. And, their tests have been very, very low player count. I'm talking, like, 50 to 100 players at most. So Sword Eye definitely needs, like, some, hopefully, I actually would love to play Sword Eye in an environment where there's thousands of players, because I think the gameplay was really fun. But the game is such low pop that either you don't find any players while you're playing, or if you do, they're, veterans that have been playing only Sword Eye for, like, the last 6 months to a year, however long it's been in production. And, like, their skill is so insurmountable because the game is so skill-based that they're really, really hard to fight. Like, it's almost impossible to kill the veteran players on that game. So there's not enough new and intermediate players to make up for, like, the super sweats. So it's really hard to even get into Sword Eye in the first place. If that makes sense. What made you fall in love with these games is Dungeonborn? Well, Dungeonborn was just a game that was able to get me away from Dark and Darker at a time where I was burnt out on the game. That's exactly what Dungeonborn, like, came and did. I enjoyed DB a lot, but unfortunately, the game did not have the development behind it to it didn't have the right development, so it ended up dying off. So it is what it is. But yeah, I enjoyed the game for what it was worth for a while. Well, I have my ups and downs, chaotic. I mean, I don't win every fight or anything like that. I have my streaks of death sometimes. I will say I don't know what it is about Mistfall Hunter,
If you need
but
medicine, just let me
I
know.
feel like I'm surprisingly good at Mistfall Hunter, and I really don't know why. Like again, Mistfall, I can play every class except for Black Arrow and have like good games, pretty much. So, I don't know. Mistfall is that like definitely clicks for me for some reason. I don't know what it is about Mistfall Hunter. Maybe it's because Mistfall Hunter, it almost feels like I'm playing like a branch off of what Dungeonborn used to be. So maybe like all that gameplay I've had from DV is like clicking. Hard to say. Running at any rangers? I think I've fought like 2 or 3 rangers. Almost no one plays the class. I don't think it's weak, but no one's playing it. That's for sure. Well, yeah, Dungeonborn was really good, and then it became like a cash grab until it was dead. Like they started releasing like the really shitty skins. Like remember the Minecraft skin from remember the Minecraft skin from Dungeonborn? Dude, it was so ugly. Oh my god, it was such a gross skin. It was so bad. It made no sense. I don't even know why it was there. Oh god, I remember. So I don't know if you guys remember. I definitely mentioned this before. I worked pretty closely with Hellhammer before, obviously, he disappeared off the face of the earth. Um, and he used to send me game codes, like codes for like the cosmetics. And I'm sure some of you might remember. I used to give away game codes on stream whenever new cosmetics came out. The Minecraft skin was so bad that I declined slash like I didn't ask for cosmetics. I didn't even ask for codes because I didn't want to give them away because I thought it looked terrible. I didn't, it was so bad I didn't even want to give it out for free. So I didn't. I never bought the skin. I never gave away codes. I pretended like it didn't exist because I thought it was so immersion breaking. That was like the tipping point for me of realizing that Dungeonborn was definitely not going the direction that I personally liked. Yeah, that Minecraft skin, it almost felt like the point where the developers went from like caring about the game to I'm gonna just release anything we can to try to make more money before the game is gone. Because if you remember the older skins, like the it was like it wasn't made of bones, but it was like the red, like tinted skin. I forget what it was called, but there was like the first skin that came out that had like the red like, you know, paint on it. I thought that was a legitimately good skin. Wish I remember the name of it, but yeah, some of them that they had was actually really good. And then they just started releasing like slop. So also, hi Ola, welcome, welcome. Good to see you, man. Yeah, yeah, we're just waiting for maintenance to come or for the game to come back. We got like 30 minutes. So I'm just chilling. I mean, Mr. X, anybody should have realized that the Minecraft skin did not fit the theme of Dungeonborn. I think anybody with half a brain could have realized that that did not fit the theme. I think that was a major blunder on their part, personally. They might have made some money off that skin, but honestly, at what cost? Because I know people personally that said that they were not willing to buy skins anymore because that skin existed. You know, just wasn't good, man. Well, it almost did feel like a Fortnite skin, you know? Dungeonborn was supposed to be this kind of, like, semi-serious dungeon crawler game. If, like, not completely serious. I guess kind of like semi-serious slash casual dungeon crawler. So to add a immersion-breaking skin like that into the game made it feel like the game was not being taken seriously anymore. And that, I think, really took away from the game. You quit DB before Quathos trial? Yeah. Quathos was kind of the turning point for Dungeonborn 2. If you guys don't remember, Quathos was when they introduced the first iteration of pay to win to that game. Before Quathos, you could only buy cosmetics. I guess you could buy the market pass, I think, for selling gear. So I guess you could call it that if you want. I didn't personally. I just didn't really. I feel like that was just supporting the game itself. Because it was a free game, so they have to make money somehow, and I think their auction is fine. But as soon as Quathos released, you could purchase Quathos tokens and then immediately retire and make gold from the money that you spent. So you could effectively spend money to immediately make gold. Like, there was no work even required. So Dungeonborn actually ended up being a technically pay-to-win game by the people that wanted to spend money in order to buy enough gold. And then the people that had the really high-end gear for Quathos, I'm talking like the uniques and legendaries that no one else had. For example, the Aegis ring, I think it was called, for Druid was completely broken. And if you had a team with like Aegis Druid, maybe like Fairy something Priest, and then whatever, you were basically unkillable. Like as a team, like you could not die. So you could just completely farm those lobbies forever. And, well, spoiler alert, people that were paying gold for items were paying gold to buy those legendaries and uniques that were basically making you invincible. And the cycle kind of continued from there. And it became just a completely kind of like pay-to-win game. Really unfortunate. They reverted the XP gain? Wait, why? Wait, what do you mean they reverted it? We previously announced that the XP gain from gameplay would be increased. However, since we received feedback from multiple, we decided not to apply. Wait, why? Wait, why? What's the downside? The playtest is only 5 days long. Well, I guess I'm not getting 15 anytime soon. Okay. Why? Literally, why? What's the point? It's a short... What? Who's complaining? Look, who's complaining? Because I see 14 upvotes and 47 downvotes. Look, even Lich is downvoting this. Even Lich knows how dumb this is. And he's max level, so he has no reason for this not to, like, be a thing. That's so silly. Why? I dislike it. Let me give the classic SDF clown emoji, because that definitely deserves a clown emoji. I'm sorry, but that kind of deserves it. Oh boy. If they're saying the ones who complained is the majority, I better see more thumbs up than thumbs down. Yeah, that ain't happening, Chief. Dude, that is a BS change. What the hell, man? I thought I was finally gonna be able to play hardcore mode. Well, oh well. Oh well, I guess. I don't know where the feedback is. I don't see any feedback. I'm so confused. Where's the feedback? I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna disagree with that change, Chief. I'm definitely gonna disagree. They should have just left it in. At least like the moment you announce it, you kind of have to do it. You can't announce it and then take it away 30 minutes later. I mean, that's just silly. You know, even if they made it like ×2 or ×3, I would have been happy. you know? But yeah, it's it, man. Back to grinding, I guess. It's such a long time to get levels right now. It's kind of a slog. Check who uploaded. I mean, I don't know, man. All I know is it's like a 5-to-1 ratio right now. There's like 60 downvotes and 14 upvotes. So, I mean, well, you know, at this point, I've played like 18 hours of Midnight Walkers, and I have a level 11, 9, 5, and 4. I don't even have a 15 yet after 18 hours of gameplay. Granted, I have been playing different classes, but still, that is pretty crazy. The most XP gained is, we heard many concern about 5 times XP changes, so decided not to apply it. Where is the many concern? Where is the concern? I don't understand. Is it like the minority? The vocal minority? I'm so confused. The only people who could possibly, that I could think of that would possibly not like the change is people that have like level 15s and want to gatekeep their perks. That's like super weird. You think it's a big streamer in some private channel? You think so? Maybe. All I know is really, really weird decision from their part. Like, I really don't understand, like, why they're doing this. You can level all your dark and darker characters to 15 faster than one character Midnight Walkers. I think that's true. You know, that's one thing Dark and Darker does pretty well, is the pacing for levels is very, very fast. I can bring a character from 1 to 15, I think, in like 2 hours, maybe less than 2 hours. So yeah, to get most characters in Dad to level 15, you can probably, actually maybe less than 2. You can probably do it quicker than getting a 15 in Midnight. Yeah, I'm wondering who the devs are listening to. It's so weird. Honestly, it's kind of a worrying thing. Seeing seeing that the devs are like willing to, like, this is like an SDF kind of thing. I'm gonna be real with you. This is something I would expect from SDF. To release an update and then change it 30 minutes later before the update even released. This is totally an SDF thing to do. 100%. This is like reeking of of bad update flashbacks. I don't know about you guys, but that's kind of how it feels. That's so sad. Oh man, disappointing, man. Well, yeah, that's the whole point, procrastinator. That's it, right? What possible reason could there be to not let you level up faster so you can actually test out every class and every perk? Because, you know, right now, the problem is I can't fully test out classes. Because perks have such a big effect on your characters that I can't properly test out every class with all the perks because it takes so long to level, you know? As someone who likes to play more than one singular class, it would sure be nice if, you know, if I could actually do all of that for all 4 characters. There's not enough time to do it all. You know, there's builds that I want to make that are only going to work if I get access to all 4 perk slots. For example, Crow, I kind of wanted to try out a smoke bomb build. But smoke bomb requires multiple perks to make it work. Like, you have katana mastery. You have assassin for movement speed and attack speed in the gas cloud. You have x-ray vision to see people in, like, smoke. So I wanted to see if, like, a smoke bomb build would be good, but I can't run it because there's too many perks that I need to make it work. Like, I need 4 perks. So I am being restricted on what I can play here, which is kind of unfortunate. It means more players interrupting HR free farm. Yeah, probably. Sorry about that. You're probably right. Probably. I think even Lockdown has a pretty big, like, reliance on perks too, right? Because Lockdown has movement speed with bow, reduce movement speed with leg shots, additional bow damage, and... Well, maybe you don't take bow damage. Maybe you take interaction speed for reload, and then headshot for additional headshot. I don't know which one's better. But there's, like, definitely some very, very, like, important perks here. So, I don't know. Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get, like, locked down to level 15 with, like, normal, like, XP rates. I just don't think it's possible. Yeah, I had a feeling that was coming. Oh my god, everybody's spamming 5x. That's actually so funny. Oh my god, this has quickly become the Dark and Darker Discord channel, hasn't it? Oh my god. This is actually so funny. I want to know who made the decision. That's what I want to know. Looks like dad chat. I mean, yeah, it does look like dad chat. It really does, doesn't it? Jesus. Oh man, oh man. That's actually so funny. That's actually so funny. That's, oh my god, that is it's actually so funny. Oh my god. We're just going at our remote air and call it a day. Oh my god, okay. Okay. Oh god, does that give anyone else PTSD? Yikes. I know, freaking Hellhammer. I know. Hellhammer's profile picture. I know. You got an hour timeout on their chat? I haven't been timed out yet, but I have said some 5x shenanigans, so I don't know. I don't know if I'll get timed out. You know, Diablo 2 is one of those games that I kind of feel like I need to play, and I just never did. But I've heard good things about it. 'Cause I like Diablo 3. I played Diablo 3 like way after release when it was already like polished. Because I heard Diablo 3 was really bad at launch. But when I played it, I thought it was good. So I kind of want to go back and try like, you know, 2 at some point. Well, right now, most of my time spent off stream is playing Fallout New Vegas or modding Skyrim. So that's been my most recent venture. There's there's in the partner Discord, you can find out why XP buff wasn't introduced. Is that true? Let me take a look. Okay, so the reason that I'm seeing is apparently the cheating in Asia is pretty significant. And they're afraid that if they add 5 times XP, that the cheaters in Asia will very quickly be in High Roller, running lobbies. So that's really all I can find. I don't know if that's like definitely the thing, but honestly, I feel like it's such a short playtest. I don't know if that's really like a valid reason to not just do it, to be honest. I feel like that's not really a good excuse, in my opinion. I feel like you should just, like, I don't know. I mean, heck, man. At least make it ×2 or ×3. Well, here's the question, though. So, if the cheaters aren't in HR, that just means the cheaters are in survival mode anyway. So, is that really a valid reason? Because the cheaters are still going to be somewhere. So, if that's the case, then that just means the cheaters are in... Like, I haven't personally noticed any cheaters. But if there are cheaters, if they do exist already in the game, which I wouldn't be surprised if they do, doesn't that just mean that survival mode is going to be full of them anyway? So why is it better for the game for them to be in survival mode where 95% of the players are versus like high roller mode? Which again, the playtest ends in 5 days anyway, so what does it matter exactly? Explain to me why it's better for the game for cheaters to be all in one mode, which is survival mode, versus like being able to farm for, you know, a day in order to get to HR. But they can still make new account. You can play survival mode from level 1, River. You don't have to grind for survival mode. So the cheaters are still going to be in the game. They're just going to be in a different game mode. I haven't personally noticed. I don't know what kind of cheating they're referring to. Apparently it's an Asia thing. So I guess Asia servers currently have like cheaters on them, which I'm not surprised. Good one cheater today. Play. What did you notice? What was the guy doing, or what were they doing like for cheating? You had a guy one-shotting everyone with their fists? Wait, really? Wow, I haven't seen anyone like that yet. Oh, you found it in Asia 2 server? Oh, okay. So it was the Asia server you found the cheater in. Well, that might make more sense then as to why they're worried about the Asia experience. It really do be, like, usually Asia servers where the cheaters are, huh? In I'm not Dungeonborn, in Dungeon Stalkers, the cheaters were everywhere, funny enough. Dungeon Stalkers anti-cheat was so weak that everybody and their mother was cheating every game. You couldn't even play a game without cheaters in that game. Before, like, it died. Is Dungeon Stalkers even still, like, a thing? Like, is that game even still, like, happening? Do they, like, abandon it? The last time I went to Dungeon Stalkers Discord, I saw some very, not safe for work, pictures. So, I'm kind of hesitant on pulling up the Discord, except for announcements. Hold on, I'm gonna pull up the announcements. I'm just curious if they're even still working on this game. Oh my god, they are still updating. I'm actually surprised. Because I think Dungeon Stalkers, I think their player count is, like, near 0. I don't think anybody's really left. Yeah, this game is, like, kind of dead. I mean, we're talking 5k max to 200. I mean, this looks like, I mean, this looks like a dead... This game looks like... It looks like it's dead. I mean, this... I mean... Has more than Legacy? Or, well, that's kind of mean. Okay, well... Yeah, but that's not... 200 is not enough. Now, here's what okay, are they working on a new update? I'm assuming they are, and somewhere in this, like, mess of stuff, right? We're on 8.12. I don't see anything. Maybe it's under patch notes? I'm just, like, I'm curious, like, are they, I'm curious if they're still working on anything for this game, because I feel like it's dead, but it looks like they're still doing stuff. I'm surprised. Developer notes, maybe? I don't see anything. Oh my lord. Oh my lord, they're still working! They're still working on it. They're still working, alright. They are, yeah, they are. Alright. Yes, they are. Okay, that must be for the new season. New season, new skin. Oh my god. Dungeon Stalkers. Oh my god. The entirety of the content is just skins. Oh my god. It's time for the winter skins, yeah. Wait, so when is this season supposed to drop? Cause you know, now I'm interested. now I gotta see what they're doing. I didn't think they were still working on stuff. So they're launching to season 1, huh? They're adding a new stalker. Okay. I don't really care about most of this stuff. I'm just looking for a date. New dungeon theme. Okay, I guess they're adding a new map. Okay. Alright. Boss. I don't see any dates here. It just says waiting for season 1. I don't know. Anyway, I was just curious. I was just wondering. Legacy wipe on the 20th? Wait, that would be crazy if Legacy's wiping on the 20th. Because I've heard nothing about Legacy at all. Now I'm interested? Well, when I say now I'm interested, I more mean because I thought the game was like... I didn't think the game was still being updated. I thought it was like completely left to dry. So I was just a little surprised. Are they still working? Dude, that's crazy. They have a new season scheduled in 5 days, and I don't think I've heard a single person talk about the release date. Wow. That's nuts. Like, I knew they were working on one, but I didn't know it was that soon. I'm honestly surprised. I really didn't realize that. Wasn't the last season really, like, recently, too? I feel like it wasn't that long ago that we had, like, season 2. Of course, the new Stalker is a mommy? That's crazy. That's crazy. Look, man. Look. Let me clarify since I'm being taken out of context here. Alright. All I was saying is that I thought Dungeon Stalkers was... I thought it was dead. Like, I didn't think the developers were still working on the game. I thought Dungeon Stalkers was already, like, dead on arrival. So, I thought that I didn't think there was even, like, anything else coming for Dungeon Stalkers. So I'm surprised that they're still working on it. That's what I'm saying. I thought the game was already, like, abandoned. You know? When I saw the player base drop down to, like, 200 players, I just kind of figured that the game was, like, already dead. So I'm surprised that they're still working on it. Do I think the leveling's too slow or that the perks don't mesh well while leveling? It's that I think the leveling is slow enough that it makes it hard to fully test out classes because the perks are so strong. A class with 4 perks is undeniably way stronger than 1 perk. Legacy is like the WoW-based game, River. Legacy Season 2 was the end of August. Wait, that is really soon. That is really soon. That's less than 3 months. Okay. I know, dude. Goonstalkers was that dude. Goonstalkers died quick, man. That game died so fast, it's crazy. Wait, shouldn't the game be up now? Wasn't it 3 o'clock? That's what I was waiting for. Oh no. Why is it not up? Oh no. Ah, okay. Silently edited the downtime, I see. Nope, nope. Silently edited the end time to 3:30, even though it was 3. They didn't say anything, they just edited it. I didn't notice. Okay, well, okay. That's good. Okay. I mean, I'm kind of used to the patch delays from Dark and Darker, so I'm kind of used to it, but still kind of annoying. They mentioned it might take longer in game announcement. Yeah, I just didn't see it. I didn't notice. Well, the last Legacy update just didn't really have any content for like returning players. The entire last season for Legacy, as far as I can remember, was just the new player map. And I don't really care about a new player map. That's not content. It's just kind of there, you know? You have an update on Steam? Here, let me go ahead and update my game. Do that real quick. Oh, right. Season 2 added fishing. Right. Got it. Yep. Fishing. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think a new player map in fishing is enough to, you know, revive a game like that. Fortunately. You like fishing, Obsidian? I mean, I think it's fine for like us. See, fishing is one of those things that I would expect it to be like at the bottom of the patch notes, and it's like an extra add-on, not a primary focus for a season. You know? Does that make sense? Because that feels more like an extra thing, not a season, not like a primary season edition, you know? Fishing is not enough to bring players back, obviously. Yeah, I'm sure the game will still be down. I figured I would just update the game anyway. Best floor for player combat? I think floor 14 is a really popular floor because floor 14 has really good money making potential. I've seen like 4 people on floor 4 before fighting for saves. Medical floors as well, floor 3 and floor 8, because meds are, you know, good. Oh, I didn't mean to hit quit. I didn't mean to hit that button. I meant to just stay on the screen. Let It Die Inferno on Steam. I don't think I've heard of that. Is that like a new demo or something? Oh yeah, that's true. There's a quest for floor 14 as well. That's true, that's true. I tried Cube, it was pretty bad. Yeah, it was pretty not great. You said Let It Die? This game is from 2018. How many players are you expecting to still be around in 2018? Bro, this game has 100 players. Oh, is there more to it? Hold up. Oh, it was the wrong game. Is it the wrong game? Is this it? Oh, okay. Okay, different game. Okay. Okay, I was gonna say, what do you mean? That game is like 7 or 8 years old. Okay, got it, got it, got it. I didn't really, I mean, in my defense, that name was really, really similar. Okay, I got it. I got it, that makes sense. Hellgate tore open Earth. You're on a mortal radar, descend into abyss, and sees your future. Just another extraction game, huh? What is this? What does the art style remind me of? It's like kind of cartoony, but it's like it reminds me of something that I can't think of. Dude, I'm telling you, the extraction genre, there are so many like random like extraction games that are coming out. I swear the genre as a whole is going to end up like being saturated with so many extraction games. It's going to be just like when uh PUBG became really popular and then like the battle royale genre exploded and then there were a bunch of like, you know, PUBG like games releasing on Steam that were dying within like the first month of releasing. I feel like that's exactly how it's going to be for you know, I feel like that's exactly how it's going to be for a lot of these games. This looks like one of those games that's out for a month and then it has no players. Just from like what it looks like. Obviously I could be wrong, but I doubt like this looks like the kind of game that probably doesn't have a lot of players playing it. Yeah, so the demo has like 100 players playing, so it sounds like I'm already right. Yeah, this is exactly what I expected the game to look like. Yeah, this is exactly what I expected the player count to look like. A couple hundred players, and now it's at like 100. So, yeah. I definitely not like, so I don't really care too much about that one. Oh, dude, Hunger, I'm looking forward to Hunger a lot, man. I'm looking forward to it too. Trust me. I'm with you. Someone ping me? Take a look. Oh, I've already seen some of Hunger's gameplay. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Hunger for sure. Believe me. Hey Matt, welcome. Good to see you, man. Yeah, guys, we're just waiting for 3:30. The game is currently down. We're waiting for the game to come back in 15 minutes. Just FYI. I'm already aware of Exoborn. That's another shooter game though, right? Because I'm pretty sure, because I made a video on my channel a few months ago and I mentioned Exoborn back when there was like nothing there. Koji, do you know that Hunger got delayed? Are you aware of that? Yeah, Hunger isn't coming out until 2026 now. It's not going to be out this year. Yeah, this coming soon has been, like, delayed to probably at least the next... It might not be out for, like, another 6 months or more. Yeah, trust me, I am 100%, like, waiting for this game. Hunger actually looks really good. Yeah, outside of Mistfall Hunter, Hunger is probably the only game right now that I think might actually have a chance to pull me away from Mistfall. It's right now, it's like a race. It really is like a competition between like Hunger and Mistfall. I like Midnight Walkers, but I just don't think it competes in like for me the same way that like Mistfall does. And Hunger just looks really, really good from what I've seen. So I'm like really torn on these games. I enjoy Midnight Walkers. I just don't know if it's like the top contender for me at the moment. If it was at a community vote for time times XP, I'll go vote right now. If that's true. Where's it at? Yeah, I'll vote. I'll add my hat in there. Um, wait, is it not? No. I was expecting like a. Yeah, I was expecting a. I don't know, something else. like a little like a poll or something. I wasn't sure if it was gonna like post any of my info or not, so I didn't do it on screen. But I just hit agree and then submitted it. So I put my hat out there. Did I link their Discord? I don't think I have a Discord link. Just go to Google and type in Midnight Walker's official Discord and it should pop up. I don't have a link for it. I don't really know how to get one. Can you get one like by default? I don't really know. I don't use Discord a lot except for just keeping up with like games. I usually don't invite people to stuff except for my own Discord channel. But that's it. Oh, this work? Ah, there it is. Here you go. Yeah, I actually didn't realize that you could invite people from up there. Oh, server opened? Oh, thank goodness. I was tired of sitting here. Right. Did I reload or do I have to quit the game and reload? That's fine, I think I do. That's fine. When did I start playing this game? Midnight Walkers? I think it was over 6 months ago. It was during one of the last playtests. So not the last playtest, but the one before that, which I believe was over 6 months ago at this point. Yeah, I've been here for every single test so far. Just setting my game capture back up. Give me a sec. Is it gonna show up? Or did I mess up my game capture? Midnight Walkers is real finicky with their game capture. There we go. See, I could use display if I needed to, but no, I'm not sponsored now. I just enjoy extraction games. That's why I said 5 minutes ago that I'm looking forward to Mistfall Hunter and Hunger more than Midnight Walkers. Yeah, Midnight Walkers is kind of on my, like, looking forward to list, but not, like, top contender for me, personally. I got you to get Dad? Well, this one's free. It's just a free beta, so you don't have anything to lose. Well, I won't feel bad if you don't like it. Well, I'm not sponsored, so. Well. No XP, unfortunately. Tragic. Although if I was gonna take a sponsor, it feels like Extraction game would be a pretty obvious one for sure. I would definitely take the sponsor if they offered it. Korea and China both did not want 5 times XP at all. Is that true? Yeah, I don't really know, man. I can't really comment on it much, unfortunately. Well, Brick did get a nerf to, Brick did get a nerf specifically to, their skills. So Brick used to have a skill, where if you hit somebody, they would get slowed down for, like, X amount of seconds. It was like a killie strike. They also had a perk that would slow people down if they got hit. They removed those perks, so I think Brick is not quite as strong as it used to be. However, that said, Brick is still definitely strong. You know what? I'm gonna play more Brick.
Look with your eyes, not with your hands.
The Druid, it takes 8 hours to hit level 15. I don't think there's a specific number of time that it takes to hit level 15. I think it depends on you. Like how often you're extracting. I kind of like Shovel Brick more. I think Sledgehammer Brick is what most people play, but I kind of like Shovel Brick. I would argue that Bartender is more meta than Brick, so I don't know. Well, it is kind of weird that the only weapon that can block right now, I think, is the shovel. Yeah, Bartender is not more common than Brick, but I think Bartender is stronger, pretty much. Swinging so fast. There's a perk called Natural Brawler, where every time you land a swing, you get 6% attack speed, and it stacks times 3. Buff duration also affects the stats. of us gonna go to floor 14. Farm some money. I think baseball is good. Baseball is pretty good. I'm not sure if the baseball is better than the shovel, though. Because the shovel gets the block and the baseball bat doesn't, so the shovel does have a little bit more utility. Looking for a game to hold you over till Arc. I'm looking for a game to hold me over until Hunger or Mistfall Hunter, whichever one comes first. At this point, I don't really care which one comes first. I just want one of them to release. Like, I would take a beta for Hunger at this point. I'm ready. Arc Raiders this weekend? Does Arc Raiders come out this weekend? I'm not aware of a release date. I thought Arc Raiders didn't release till the 30th. Zombie. Why is this so hard? Oh, there's a 3-day test for Friday. Oh, I didn't even know that. That's interesting. I might end up playing it then, yeah. I didn't know that was a thing. I think there's someone up here with me. Sounds like there is. Stats are extreme in this game. The stats in this game are actually really big, yeah. I agree with you. It's a pretty significant difference. These might be one of the most annoying zombies to play. Because they're beefy, and if they do, like, the spit attack, it's really, really hard to, like, not get hit if you're close. Combat in this game, it's just like Dark and Darker's combat, like, minus the magic. The melee combat in this game is really, really similar to Dad. Like, if you don't like Dad's combat, you probably won't like this game's combat. That's how similar I think it is. Oh wow, purple. That might be the first purple I've ever seen in this game. Gives on how to fight Sledgehammer class with the assassin. It feels like you can't take him head-on. That's because you can't. You need to be throwing, like, throwable knives and junk like that. Yeah, I feel like for, like, you know, for Rogue versus, or, like, what is it, Crow versus Brick, you really have to utilize your range to kill them. You can't really win in a straight 1v1, like, melee fight. You're just not made for that. Oh, that's true. I can put it in my butt pocket. True. Good thought. Good thought. That's true. That's true. You don't have unlimited cigs. You only have 3 cigarettes total. I do kind of wish if you killed someone, you could take their cigs, though. That would be kind of nice. Instead of time commitment, you think cigarettes should just have an unlimited use? I'd be fine with that. I would have no issue if the cigarette would keep going until you're full HP. Because you're right, considering how much of a, like, commitment it is, because you can't do it mid-fight. You can't do it. If you're mid-fight, like, you're already, like, you're just gonna die while trying to smoke. So I don't really think there'd be a downside to that. Well, it's a pretty big handicap when you're smoking. Like, not only can you not do anything during it, and it takes a long time to use, but also, if you, like, it takes a few seconds to stop smoking, so if someone catches you off guard, you might just die. There's a pretty big risk to it. all things considered. Found 3 key cards. Oh, do you mean here on floor 14? 14's really good for money. I mean, I didn't really find anything great, but I did find that katana. And the purple katana I will probably sell for good money. Well, these are worth 1,600 apiece too, so this is probably like 10k gold at the top, not including the katana. It's good money, I would say. The katana like really made the difference, I would think. Yeah, if cigarettes were unlimited, I really do not think it would hurt the game in any way, shape, or form. I don't think there would be a single downside to it. I mean, why not, you know? Did I hear a gunshot? Oh my god, ow. Did he just shoot me with a gun? What the? I think that's the first person I've ever seen shoot at me before. I didn't even know, yeah, I didn't even know people use guns in this game. Yeah, I'm telling you, I think that's the first time, I think was that a Magnum or a rifle? Yeah, I'm telling you, I've never seen a single person do that before. That's a first. I wonder what kind of gun that was. I have no idea. Oh, that's probably revolver. It's funny that people told me revolver sucks, which I definitely do. Which I definitely disagree with, considering how much damage that just did. Clearly, the revolver does not suck, because that was actually a lot of damage, and that was a really far range too. Like that was across the entire room. I think it's a little silly to say that the revolver is bad. Well, I also just didn't know that he had a Magnum, because again, I've never been shot by it before. That's actually a first for me. I've never had someone do that before, so, you know. How fast is this guy? Wait, why is he so fast? Wait, is he cheating? Wait a minute, is this guy cheating? You see how fast he is? That was with my movement speed buff. Wait, he actually might be cheating. Wait. He's cheating. No, he's actually cheating. You can't shoot that fast. I'm pretty sure. Right? Oh, he's actually cheating. He doesn't even have ammo. Yeah, no, he's actually cheating, guys. That's not, like, 100% he's cheating. He was shooting the rifle like a Magnum. And he had infinite shotgun shells and never had to reload. Yeah, he's actually cheating. Well, that's the first time I've seen a cheater, so cool. Right. Can you even report people in this game? F1. It doesn't matter. Yeah, and he's level... Oh, and he's level 1, by the way. It's not minus 24 ammo. Wait, what do you mean minus 24? In the gun? He doesn't have to use bullets. Oh! Yeah, look, it says minus 12 out of 5. Yeah. Yeah, he's cheating. Yeah, 100% cheating. No questions asked. I know, the first time I ever get shot at by a rifle, and it's some guy who has infinite ammo. Why is he not using it against the zombies, if he has infinite ammo? Also, his movement speed, I think, is maxed out, too. Yeah, his movement speed is 108% speed right now. Which is not, like... I don't think... Is that even possible? How does he have 108% speed? Wait, does he have infinite drinks, and when he drinks, he gains speed? Well, I already reported him. Bro, this guy's so bad that he's so bad that he's dying to zombies with... Look at his speed. Yeah, you were wondering why I couldn't catch up to him? Look at the speed he had. Look at this guy. Look at this. Wait, he just died. He's so bad that he died. Imagine being a cheater and then still dying. Imagine cheating on a playtest and then still dying because you don't know how to play the game. Imagine that. Infinite ammo, infinite movement speed, still dies to zone. Jesus Christ, that's so gross. Yeah, that's super gross. Yeah, that really is the first time I've seen a cheater. That is, like, actually, like, legitimate. I haven't seen one. That's the first one in, like, 20 hours. But, yeah, that was, like, super, like, obvious. Yeah, good thing we hid the katana, I guess, right? Think you had aimbot too? Probably. I mean, if you're gonna modify your stats to have max movement speed and infinite ammo, why not give yourself aimbot too? He's impersonating a different Twitch streamer. Yeah, I don't know who that Twitch streamer is, but I'm assuming that that's the case. I did report him, by the way. So. Oh, I don't think it's the streamer. Just to be clear, I don't think it's the guy streaming. That would be... You could not stream with hacks like that and be, like, secretive. That was very clearly, like, you know. Yeah, no. I don't think it was the streamer. I never thought it was. I mean, I'm aware that people will impersonate streamers. Trust me, I know because people have done it to my name too. I just know that he was cheating. I just think it's comical that he died to the zone, even though he's cheating. I just think that's funny. Do you think he was trying to shoot the zombies, but it wasn't letting him shoot because his cheat broke? That would be funny. Did they mess up the lobby queues? Because no one is joining my game. And I know that players are one. Makes me think the lobby... something... I wonder if the patch messed up the lobby. Am I on the wrong server? I don't think so. Yo, let's check. No, I'm on NA East. No, I'm right. I'm on the right server. God, dude, let me tell you, dude, that guy having a cheat like that is giving me serious Dungeon Stalker vibes. where I'm dying to people that I physically can't kill because they're like blatantly cheating and there's nothing you can do about it. You know what? You know I didn't get killed by a single cheater like that in Mistfall Hunter for the entire playtest. Servers were dog shit, but never died to a single cheater. Not like that. I don't know what anti-cheat Mistfall's using, but these other companies gotta step it up. Promos ran into a cheater one-tapping all mobs. Oh, in Mistfall? Or in Midnight Walkers? Midnight Walkers? Oh, okay, that makes... Oh, okay, that makes more sense. I was gonna... That doesn't surprise me. I was gonna say, if you meant Mistfall, I was gonna be surprised, because... I probably played Mistfall for, like, 8 hours a day, every day for the playtest, for most of it. I never saw anyone. Considering what I just saw, I'm not surprised. But I don't understand, how is a player able to set their movement speed to 108% to be constantly running and also have infinite ammo in their guns? How is a player able to do that? Like, how does the game not stop it? I just don't understand. Change during maintenance? Not much. They were gonna change the XP, but they rolled it back. So I think they just modified like a brick on bug or something, or a bug on brick or something like that. You could like punch with brick and do max damage with the perk that let you charge attack. I think that's all they changed. Class better for solo? I think Brick and Bartender are both pretty good. Yeah, so I thought that guy had a Magnum, which is why I said I was surprised if people said the Magnum was bad. Turns out that guy was just using a revolver with, like, infinite fire, so never mind on that, I guess. Well, big game companies definitely have problems with cheaters. I just don't know. Yeah, I just don't exactly know what is it that causes them to be able to do a cheat like that, where they're like max speed and like, you know, max ammo kind of deal. Well, I'm gonna take a stab at the reason as to why they didn't do the XP. It's probably because of people like the guy that I just fought. My guess is that there's so many cheaters on Asia, more than we have any idea that are cheating, and they're afraid that those cheaters are all gonna run rampant in HR, which is the only mode that people can play without people cheating. But that is actually a game issue, at this point, though. You know. It's one of those, like, valid, but it's still, like, not, like, good. It's still bad for the game that that's the case. Like, they have so many cheaters that they're afraid to open up the game to everybody. That's exactly how Dungeon Stalkers was when it released. Is that, they had that, like, remember Dungeon Stalkers had that, like, Prime, matchmaking? And the matchmaking was so filled with cheaters that you had to buy the Prime matchmaking to play the game, and then it just died because everyone was tired of fighting cheaters. Yeah, if their cheating is so bad that they feel like they have to do something like that, that's a really, really bad sign for the game. Well, what I'm confused about is what is different from, like, Mistfall Hunter to Midnight Walkers and Dungeon Stalkers? What is it? Because all three games, from my understanding, are small game companies. So what exactly is it that allows Mistfall to not have cheaters like that, but these games do? That's what I don't completely understand. Uh-oh. I might have goofed up. Am I gonna die? Maybe. No, we're good. I thought that was gonna be really bad for me. It could have been. That's just how good their coders are at a secure coding practice, and if they have enough resources to hire people dedicated to the anti-cheat. So do you think that Mistfall Hunter has promoted additional resources to preventing cheaters? Do you think that's ultimately what it comes down to? Because I'm just telling you straight up, the enjoyment of a game is 100%, you know, determined based on, well, how many cheaters there are, you know? If a game is full of cheaters, it definitely takes away from the game a lot in an attractive game. You know, that is very, very easily enough to, like, deter me from, like, wanting to play the game, you know? That's why I stopped playing Dungeon Stalkers. Couldn't play it anymore, because it was just nothing but cheaters. I couldn't play it. kind of miss playing Brick. Brick kills this stuff so much faster. I think it's the skills. Brick has like additional shovel damage and movement speed buff. And Bartender doesn't, like, I can't really buff for zombies because I don't have enough material. That is like definitely way faster with Brick. Well, Vivi, that was my entire point, was that during the last 2 Mistfall betas, I experienced 0 cheaters. At least 0 blatant cheaters. That was the entire point of what I was making. I mean, I'm not exaggerating. I did not see a single cheater in Mistfall Hunter, the last playtest. So, that was my entire point. That's why I was asking, why is it that Mistfall Hunter is able to get a grip on like this, but like other games can't? I'm not saying that Mistfall might not have cheaters in the future. I'm just telling you that they didn't have any cheaters for the last playtest. And it's not that Mistfall didn't have players. They had a decent player count. So that's not the problem. You know, it's not like Mistfall was so dead that no one wanted to cheat on it or anything. I think their player count might have been higher than Midnight Walkers was. I think so, at least. So I'm just trying to figure out exactly why one game is, like, more full of cheaters than the other. Easier to make cheats for first person? Okay, but Dungeon Stalkers is a third-person game, right? And that game was full of cheaters. I mean, it's not that I'm necessarily disagreeing with you, but, Dungeon Stalkers had cheaters running rampant within the first, I think, like, 2 or 3 days of the game being released. Something like that, at least. Yeah, a major part of this game is PvP, yeah. If you're not a fan of PvP, then you probably wouldn't, like, enjoy the game. I would say that's probably accurate. I mean, it's not all PvP, but you are going to fight players frequent enough. Stalkers is bad with cheating. It's for the devs that know what to do. If your PvP game has movement speed cheats, you've messed up. Well, Mr. X, the guy that I just fought had movement speed cheats. His movement speed was default 108%, which is not supposed to be able to happen. Like, his movement speed was bugged. Or not, you know what I mean. It was higher than it was supposed to be. So, does that mean that the Midnight Walkers developers have, you know, I mean, they've messed up too? Because people are speed cheating. His attack speed? Is that true? It was his attack speed? Oh, did I look at the wrong stat? Okay, so I don't know what his movement speed was, but it was still broken. Because I had my ability pop, my 60 movement speed ability for Brick, and I still could not catch him. He was running at max speed the entire time. So even if it wasn't 108, it doesn't matter, because he was clearly speed cheating too. So again, that's fine. Even if it wasn't 108, he was still speed cheating. So, regardless, you know, it was clearly not, like, okay. Regardless of the technicality of it, he was still speed cheating. Yeah, I got you. I thought his speed was 108. I was looking in the wrong spot. Yeah, that's my fault. Yeah, it's that's about. He had me out geared pretty heavily. It's fine. I think I was still in like 80% junk gear. I don't think I had quite the gear to actually fight that. I was getting pretty unlucky. I think floor 5 is actually pretty bad for collecting, I think floor 5 is actually pretty bad for collecting gear. Usually I can go 0 to hero and be full green pretty quick, but I was like basically running that entire game, slow clearing mobs, and I never got like anything. You know, that was kind of like bad. So even if that guy's movement speed was base 304, it doesn't really matter because he was clearly moving faster than 304. That wasn't his legitimate movement speed. Lockdown is unplayable for me until they fix the arrow issue, which for some reason they haven't like done anything with. So until they fix the arrow thing, it's kind of like whatever. Yeah, the arrow thing is a pretty big deal for me. Yeah, it's honestly really unfortunate that I encountered that cheater because now my interest in the game is dwindled, knowing that the game is, you know, like knowing that the developers are having like such a very clearly obvious cheating issue. It gets bringing back bringing back Dungeon Stalkers like flashbacks. Because Dungeon Stalkers, it started out with like 1 or 2 cheaters, and then every lobby was nothing but cheaters. And it was the same kind of cheats, like, you know, infinite movement speed, like infinite like attack speed. Like, I mean, not quite the same because I haven't died to someone sitting in the corner of the map yet. But yeah, like those cheats that are basically impossible to like beat. Yeah, that's definitely. It's very worrying knowing that this game is releasing in a month and we're having cheaters already. I can say that for sure. Well, games will absolutely die by cheaters. That's all it takes. A multiplayer game is useless if cheaters are ruining the experience. There's no reason to play a full loot extraction game if you can lose all that gear to someone cheating. There's no point in playing it. I mean, I don't think there's a single person here that would disagree that cheaters will ruin this game, given the opportunity. I mean, all it takes is one failed launch. You know? The game launches and like there's too many cheaters and it like ruins the game experience and the game is just cooked. That's all it takes. Especially for a game as small as like this. It's not like it's a big AAA company, you know? Like that's, you really, really cannot have issues like that when you're full releasing. Very, very worried. And I say that as someone who, like, enjoys Midnight Walker's gameplay enough to, you know, play and stream it. Even I would not play the game if there was big cheating issues like that. I just wouldn't do it. There's no point. Well, unfortunately, it's impossible to stop people from cheating themselves in games. It won't happen. The legitimate players have no sway over the people that are cheating. It's a different group of people, and the group of people that cheat just don't give a... They just don't care. They don't care. Yeah, I don't know how many of you were around at the time, but when I was playing Dungeon Stalkers, The first or second day that I encountered cheaters nonstop, I completely, like, cut out the game. Like, I just stopped streaming it completely because there was no point, you know? I am, like, I am very, very much okay dropping a game if it's becoming to the point where it's unplayable because of something like cheaters. I have no issue. Like, I'm not going to suffer on a game because other people are ruining the experience. I just won't do it. Well, the solution's up to the developers, not for me. It's not up to me to fix the cheating situation. That's the nice thing about being the customer. It's not on me to figure that stuff out. They need to figure it out. If they don't figure it out, then their game is going to die. You either fix the cheaters or they ruin your game. I mean, it is what it is. Not much I can really say about it. No, I never said Etnix. No. The guy's name was Etnix, but it's not the streamer. The guy that I fought earlier, the guy that was running revolver shotgun with infinite bullets and max movement speed. Yes, that guy was cheating. His bullets were literally going negative because he didn't have any ammo to shoot the guns that he was never having to reload. That guy was 100% cheating, yes. There's no questions about it. I know he was cheating. I played this game enough, and it's common sense. Very clearly, that was not, like, you know, not how it should have been. Opinions on the game. Well, I kind of enjoy the gameplay. It's just we've been talking. I encountered a very blatant cheater about 30 minutes ago, so that's kind of been like the current like hot topic that we've been going over. Basically, is the game going to be cooked because of cheaters or not? Because I had the same issue on Dungeon Stalkers before that game died off. Definitely definitely a little bit worried. Because cheaters will absolutely kill a game off before it has a chance to, you know, do anything. If given the opportunity to do so. Is the stream choppy? No one else has said anything about it. So not that I'm aware of, but if it is, then let me know. I was having issues the other day, but as far as I know, it should have been mostly fixed. But again, yeah, if there's issues, let me know. It could be YouTube, for you. I do have my stream on both Twitch and YouTube, so you're welcome to swap there if you're having issues with it. Sometimes one or the other works better, just depends on... Just kinda depends on the day. Yes, the cheater that killed me with the rifle and shotgun was using Etnik's name, but it wasn't Etnik's. That is correct, yes. Yes. It's very easy for people to just make their name a streamer. Just because a name is a streamer doesn't mean that streamer is cheating. So, yes. That is correct. He was using a shotgun and rapid firing it without reloading, and his rifle also the same. And he also had no bullets. His bullets was going negative because he had infinite ammo. Yeah, he also had like infinite movement speed, yeah. It was pretty messed up. Well, here's an honest question for you, Loco. That guy was level 1. Okay? What does it even matter, truthfully, if that guy gets immediately banned? It's a free playtest. All he has to do is make a new account. The only thing that actually fixes the issue is them fixing the cheat itself. Because banning him is only going to stop him for 15 minutes. How long does it take to make a new Steam account for a free, like, playtest? He's level 1, so he doesn't have any commitment to the server. I mean, honestly, tell me, like, what it really matters. If you don't prevent the cheat itself, like, it's already cooked. Yeah, getting him banned is basically a 5-minute delay on getting him into a new game. Because it really does not take long to make an account. And I did report him, by the way. I'm not saying that I left him out in the wild. I did give a report in game, like I'm supposed to, but I'm just saying, like, there's no cost to the game, so there's not much I can really do or say. Monthly paid games will never work for games like this. That will never work. The game will just die. People are not willing to pay monthly for games like this. Some people are barely worth paying anything for games like this. That's why there's so many games that are free to play. It just won't work. Yeah, if a game like Midnight Walker's released with a monthly $15 fee, the community would laugh in their face and the game would just probably be dead on arrival. 100%. But that's also part of why it's harder to keep up policing for free-to-play games. Obviously, this is a demo, so that's different, but, like, if the game is free-to-play, that does make it, like, easier for people to cheat because they can make new accounts for free, right? But people will cheat even if it's a pay game. Like, that doesn't really stop them or anything. Unfortunately, does not stop them. Yeah, it's a PvPvE game. Also, having a monthly fee doesn't stop cheaters anyway. World of Warcraft is a great example of that. Like, people that bought in WoW, yeah, you think they care that there's a monthly fee? They don't care. They'll still pay it and cheat. I mean, botting's just another form of cheating. I mean, it's all the same difference. Yeah, JWL. Yeah, I saw the Ednix impersonator guy. Yep, I saw him. Very, very clearly cheating. Yep, that's exactly it. Yep. As long as the cheaters are making enough money in RMT to pay for the cost of the game or the monthly subscription, it doesn't actually matter how much money it costs. Well, Vivi said, haven't you ever heard of the companies out there, usually in like foreign countries, that will pay people like to be there and to like do their cheats for them? So I'm gonna just use the botting as like an example. You know, companies will have, at least I don't know if they still do it. They used to, but I think maybe technology has changed, so it might not work the same way. But they used to have it to where you would have people lined up, you know, in cubicles, and kind of like a job. You would go in, you would do your cheats, or in this case, it was the botting. They would make money through RMT, through illicit means, and then, you know, if the account got banned, no big deal. You just buy a new account because the money that you're making outweighs the fee of buying the game or the thing. So it's the same difference in like a game like these. If the amount of money that cheaters can make in RMT is higher than the cost of the game, there will always be a monetary incentive to do it. So it's up to the developers to stop the cheating before it happens, right? There will be no players to play the game in the first place if you try to release the game with a paid subscription model.
Hey,
You just won't have any players to begin with because no one's doing that. No one is buying Midnight Walkers for a monthly fee to pay it. Like, no one is doing that, I promise. The game will die. The game will be dead on arrival if you try to do something like that. It doesn't take a, you know, it doesn't take much to realize that that would not work. Not in today's, not with how games are nowadays. Why would you pay monthly for a game like this when you could just go play something else for free? Or one that you can buy and own? It just doesn't work. Be back in a second, guys. Hey, Silverheart, welcome, welcome. Game's honestly pretty similar to where it was a few months ago, I would say. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking I might end up playing Arc Raiders on Friday. I might end up doing that just to see how it is. Cannot be sold? Wait. Why does it say can't be traded? Oh. Can I not trade this because it was in my hidden stash when I died? So is this not tradable anymore? Because I died to that cheater when I lost this. Damn, now it's just a paperweight. Because I can't use it on this class. Well, that's tragic. Alrighty then. I was also not aware of that mechanic either. Yep. Oh, I also was not aware. Blue. Yeah, I think if I didn't die, it would be sellable. Well, for me, knowing now that Arc Raiders... Well, knowing that Arc Raiders is coming out on October 30th, and that, Hunger and... Not confirmed, but it sure does seem like Mistfall is getting delayed to next year as well, because we haven't heard anything about it yet, and it's kind of getting pretty late into the year. Arc Raiders might just be my, you know, the game that I play while I wait for the other stuff to come out. Play Fortnite? Yeah, that's an idea you just gave. Definitely, idea. Oh, I don't care about Marathon anymore. That game is already dead on arrival for me. I could not care less about that game. I don't know what you do with that stuff. Like junk. It seems like this new floor doesn't really have a lot of, like, high-value stuff. From what I can tell, the other floors are better for loot. Well, unless this is good. Well, maybe I spoke too soon. Maybe I spoke too soon. Cheater time? Like, time to run into a cheater? Yeah, probably. Class can use rifle, lockdown, and bartender. Look like a Timmy? I do look like a Timmy. That's true. Everyone will W key me? Yeah, probably. There's a weapon crate in that room too. Oh, did I miss a weapon crate? Extract, press Z, and then follow your little Game Boy. Oh, there's another crate. Uh-oh. I don't know if I want to fight that right now. He seems angry. He seems very mad. The crate looked good, but the enemy did not. He did not look good. I know, he seems very angry. How about that? Wow. The out DPS by that, huh? How geared was he? I wonder how much more geared he was. I did miss one swing, but he had to have, like, better gear, right? Because I think I had, like, 230 HP. What was his health at? Ah. Oh, okay. He's, like, way more geared than I am. Yeah, he had, like, 50 more HP. That's kind of insane. And he has 4 perks instead of 3. Yeah, that's unfortunate. If I had my 4th perk and I was, like, equal, I think I actually might have been able to kill him, but unfortunately, I don't think I can win that. He's got, like, 25% more health and an extra perk. Well, I don't have the 4th perk for the parry for Shovel yet. I don't even have access to the parry ability, because I don't have enough levels. So, I think I'm just destined to lose that fight, unfortunately. I don't think there's anything I could have, like, reasonably done there to win that. Not that I can think of. You don't need the perk? Yeah, but if you don't have the perk, I feel like the parry's not really worth the risk, because you're not getting any benefits. Not nearly as much benefit. You're missing out on, like, 30% extra attack speed from the parry. And that's just because I'm not level 15 yet, so it's just a level thing. Yeah, unfortunately, I've spent a lot of time playing different classes, so I don't have, like, a max level character like that, which makes a really big difference for PvP. He was also full blue with, like, he was also, like, full, like, 270 health. So, like, he had 50 HP more than me and a 4th perk, so he just kind of wins the stat check, I think. Yeah, just unfortunate. That's kind of what happens when you have basically a Barbarian versus Barian matchup in a different game. With very high gear difference. He really should be in hard mode. I don't know why the hell he's in survival mode. Because he's level 15. I don't know what he's doing here. I mean, yeah, I don't really know why you would be... Like, if I was level 15 in full blues, I would absolutely be in hard mode. But I can't play there yet. Is wrench just better than shovel? Honestly, you might be right. It might be better than shovel. Because there's no, there's no delay if you miss. The thing is, I feel like the sledgehammer out DPS's the wrench is the only problem. I've seen sledgehammer literally one-tap people. So, wrench is only good maybe against, like, shovel. I feel like sledgehammer would still beat it. All it takes is one singular, like, headshot, and you're already dead. I don't like the baseball bat. I tried it. I don't like that. I don't like the delay when you miss. If a weapon stops working if you miss a swing, it's really hard to use compared to other weapons that are just, you know, don't have that downside. Well, it's blue, so I guess I'll use it. I'm really not a big fan of it, though. I was just using the shovel, yeah. I got out DPS by the wrench, but he was higher geared with more perks, so that could have made a difference as well. Yeah, I don't think the baseball bat is actually that great. Like, I actively don't like the baseball bat. If I didn't, like, have such a big delay on miss, I might use it, but in the current state, it just doesn't feel great. Last playtest, I think Arc Raiders didn't match solos with solos. Is that even confirmed? Because I thought last playtest solos were with other, like, teams, which was terrible. It's another reason I didn't want to play Arc Raiders, is because who wants to play against... Who wants to play against trios as a solo? I just don't see, like, why anybody would want to do that. Yeah, if I load up an extraction and I see solo versus anything else but solos, I immediately, like, stop downloading the game. Prioritizing solos is not the same as having solo, like, matchmaking. That's not the same thing. Like, if I have a chance of having to fight, like, a team of 4 or 3, like, that's instantly a turnoff. I don't know why you would want to play solo against a trio. I mean, I know they'll have enough players to, like, have solos, so... I don't really see why they wouldn't just do it. Yeah, I'm not using that. I'm not using that thing. I'd rather just use the wrench. I should have kept my sledgehammer. I absolutely think the wrench is just a better version of the baseball bat. I think they need to go back to the drawing board for that thing. I got, like, stuck on that. I think I got hit for, like, 40 damage before I got over that little, like, counter. I'm not really sure. He survived, like, a lot of hits. I think he ate, like, 6 hits. I'm not really sure. He ate way more than I expected him to. Is that true? If you play solos, you'll only get solo enemies. That's been confirmed. Okay. See, that's usually what happens when I use wrench. Usually they eat like 6 or 7 swings and then I die. I'm usually not geared enough to do what I've seen other people do with wrench. I usually have more luck with sledgehammer. Arc Raiders not wiping, I think, is like the dumbest decision they could have made. I don't understand. Arc Raiders is going to be good for like the first season, then all of the veterans are going to have endless trunks of gear, and then you're not going to be able to compete anymore. I don't really understand that decision making. I know, because I've done it bigger. It's the same thing. Because I'm not going to I will never purposely wipe myself. It means other people will still have their stuff. Like, I'm not going to, like, you know, I'm not going to handicap myself. I wonder if, like, did I lose to the wrench the last time just because he had more gear and more perks? Or was it actually a weapon diff? Like, would I have killed him if I had equal gear? I don't know. prioritizing people to be in solos is not the same as having solo matchmaking. That is definitely not the same thing. I mean, I don't know if you know this, I don't play Hunt Showdown, so I don't really care if Hunt Showdown wipes or not. That doesn't change my preference. If a game doesn't wipe, then my interest of it is not there. Games need to wipe for me to, like, want to play them seasonally. Arc Raiders will be good for the first season because everyone will be on the same page. But after the first season, I won't really care anymore. Because then it's like, what's the point? Unless it's my main game and then I have an advantage on other people, but I wouldn't want to start Arc Raiders after Season 1 and then have to fight people that have months of gear stockpiled up. I don't see how that's fun. I don't understand the upside here. Like, why would you want to fight players at a disadvantage on purpose? The only people that benefits is veteran players. That's it. Doesn't benefit casuals. Because the casuals are just gonna be infinitely, they're always gonna be behind the veterans anyway. So for me personally, I just don't really understand it. Arc said they'll have wipes. I'm pretty sure that's not true. I was told they will not have wipes. Prestiging is not the same as having a wipe. That's not the same thing. Because everybody isn't wiping, it's only you. Self-wiping yourself doesn't, like, that doesn't, like, fix the game. You still have people that are not wiping. Also, why would you ever wipe? Why would you do it? HR worth it? I don't know. I don't have a character high enough level to play there. Or I would. But yeah, in the long term, what is the... Like, imagine if Dark and Darker never wiped. But in Dark and Darker, you could self-wipe yourself if you wanted to. It would just be everybody running around in artifact gear, and then you're gonna be like the, you know, the clown in the corner, running in junk gear because you wiped yourself. The people that don't wipe are gonna have, you know, endless trunks of endgame gear, and then what? You're gonna self-wipe yourself to have a disadvantage on all the other players? Like, you better get an actual, like, reason to wipe if that's the case. And it needs to be not cosmetic. It needs to be gameplay altering, or I just don't see why I would do it. I would need I don't care about cosmetics. I would need gameplay, like, changes in order to, like, wipe myself in a game like that. That goes for any extraction game. Like, if Midnight Walkers came out and they said, hey, we're not gonna wipe anymore, but if you want to self-wipe, we'll give you some cosmetics, I just wouldn't ever wipe. I mean, yeah, Tarkov has wipes. And I think it works perfectly fine for Tarkov. If I got an in-game advantage over people who didn't wipe, that was a permanent, like, upgrade to my character, then I would wipe. But if it's only cosmetics, then I just don't really care. That's really what it comes down to for me personally. I mean, Tarkov's a very popular game, right? mean, there's a lot of people that play that game. Hey, it's the first lockdown I've seen in, like, 2 days. Okay. And that's why you don't see lockdown players. You press your movement speed skill, and then you just W key them, and they die. Cosmetics are fine if it's an additional feature, but I don't want to self-wipe myself and put myself at a disadvantage against veteran players. Just because I wanted a cosmetic. I mean, that guy didn't, like, hit me a single time, I don't think. I think he whiffed everything. Unfortunately for him. But he's full blue, though. Well, almost full blue. He has gear. And a million meds. I don't understand how he missed so much. He has the gear, so I don't know. I don't know what's going on there. No clue. Put you at a disadvantage? I mean, if you self-wipe your account and someone else doesn't, then how are you not at a disadvantage? Like, I just don't... Logically speaking, how are you not at a disadvantage for that? Because it feels like you would have to be at a disadvantage. Well, gear is definitely going to make a difference. It's a gear-based game. If the gear doesn't make a difference, that's an entirely different issue. You can't have a gear-based game and the gear not make a difference. Otherwise, what's the point of the game? That's the whole point, right? Having gear not make a difference is basically what Dark and Darker tried to do in patch 69. It's the same exact thing. It failed, but that's what they tried to do. Where Squire gear was basically doing the same exact damage and stuff as, like, endgame legendary gear. It was basically like having the same exact stuff. No, I haven't done any keycards. I've only found one singular red keycard. So. Not like I'm finding a lot of stuff here. really no point in keeping random blue gear that I can't use. I don't really plan to sell it in the market, and it's not worth that much money. So, I think maybe gloves are worth it, but yeah, and blue gear that I can't use is kind of useless. I actually agree with that a lot. Yes. Having a seasonal account versus a you know, permanent account, you know, having like a difference between the two, I agree with you. That would be, I would be okay with that. If Arc Raiders had like if it was like a separate like tab where you had two different characters, one that wiped and one that didn't, that would be perfectly fine with me. I would be perfectly okay with that. Grime Blue Gear, I don't think you get anything out of it, do you? Isn't it just like random materials? I haven't really, I don't really do much crafting. I don't know how much that's really worth it or not. You get reinforced ingots and old clothing. Oh, those aren't bad. Okay. Problem is, it's kind of hard to do that because it's the grinder is all the way across the map over here. It's kind of a race against the clock, and I don't really have time to do that. But you're right, if I was closer and had more time, I would definitely do it. I gotta leave after this raid. I was hoping to find ants. I'm in survival. I stopped playing rookie a lot. Even if I'm naked, I'll still go survival. The loot in survival, or the loot in rookie mode is just terrible. There's no reason to go there. I'd rather go 0 to hero in survival mode than play in rookie mode. Just my own, personal pref. Oh my god, look how much damage that just did to me. Jesus. Oh my god, I almost got one tapped. I just did. Okay, wow. Okay. I was like, I'll just open that, maybe clear some more mobs and get out of here. I didn't think it was gonna be like that. Jeez. Yeah, that witch hurts, man. Yeah, she hurts. I mean, I don't know how many of you would agree or not. I find games maybe not like Midnight Walkers necessarily, but I find melee games in general more skill expressive than shooter games. Again, generally speaking, there's a certain degree where skill definitely is taken out of the equation. For example, like playing a club barbarian in dad is clearly not very skill expressive. You just press W, mouse one, and just go kill people. It's not really any harder than using a gun. But I do feel like when I play games like Mistfall, it's like there's very clearly a level of skill that I just don't feel like it just doesn't feel the same as when I play shooters. What is it? The skill floor is lower? Is that the right way to put it? I think it gets to a point in a shooter where technically anybody can kill you. I mean, like realistically, if someone has a shot on you, like with a sniper or something from far away, and they catch you off guard where you don't see them, and there's nothing you can really do to react, there's no amount of skill that's going to save you from getting one shot by the sniper from the bush 100 yards away. There's nothing that's going to stop that from happening. Mistfall, I feel like there aren't those instant kill deaths where I feel like the game feels like more skill based. But you know, there's a catch-22 there because the general audience, like yeah, just that's it. Just the general audience that plays extraction games. I think there's more audience for casual players, and very clearly, I think people that are more casual are enjoying, you know. I think they like shooters more than they like games like this, from what I can tell.
Just pick one.
Yeah, for me personally, I think having a game where the skill is high enough where you can kind of overcome like someone who just started playing, and it doesn't really matter what your gear or anything is. It's just that your skill is like kind of just enough to like beat them. I kind of like when games have a higher skill ceiling like that. It's part of why I like the calling so much compared to your traditional, you know, FPS battle royale, you know. It just felt like there was a lot of skill involved. That gave the game it felt like it had more playability than others.
What can I get for you?
I guess there's no way to get rid of these without dropping them in game. I guess. Fishbowl needs to advertise to PvP players. If they do advertisement to a broader random audience, they can expect 95% to quit. I don't think that's necessarily true either. You can't only advertise to PvP players. You want to advertise to everybody. Because you want your game to be able to hold casual players as well. That's the big key for me personally that I think some of these games are missing. You need to be able to get yourself to a point where the game has a decent skill ceiling for the veteran players to continue to get better, but it's also friendly enough to new players to keep them playing. I think Midnight Walkers has the general right idea with their different game modes. The rookie mode, the gear is so bad here that there's really no reason to play except for like learning how to play the game. And there's a pretty low max gear score that most people really shouldn't be able to do much with. 250 really isn't that high. So generally speaking, I think most of your fights should be relatively even. So they have a means at this point to try to get people into the game. Now the other question becomes, how much do you value PvE games or PvE inside of games like this? Like if Midnight Walkers was PvE only, would you personally play it? You know? And obviously the answer will depend on person to person. Not every person wants PvE, not every person wants PvP. But the option for PvP is there, or PvE is there. As long as the gear does not mix between the two game modes, I don't really see any downside to it. It actually would probably help you maintain more players, which I think is fine. Yeah, Bartender is pretty strong right now, for sure. But yeah, I can't really disagree with that. I would play hard mode if the game would let me, but I don't think I can. Does anybody know what the main boss floors are right now? The floor that I was just on, I think, was considered a boss floor, but I don't know all the floors that are bosses. Level 15 is a boss floor. You know what other floors are for boss? From 1 to 7? Was it 4? Yeah, it'll always be Rip the Calling, for sure. I'll never forgive Xaviant for what they did to that game. Oh, you were typing level? Ah, okay. Well, if that's the case, then I'm not sure. Oh, am I dumb? I didn't realize there was I feel like I didn't realize there was a quest thing over here. I must be blind. I never realized. 20 hours to figure out there's a quest thing over here. That's incredible. Okay. I honestly never realized. I also just realized that there's grids. So, like, you can point out the grid number, like D9. I also never realized that either. Maybe it's floor 10. Yeah, I'm not sure. I could probably ask in Discord and find the answer to that. The boss areas. Smurfs in survival? Well, there's no such thing as Smurfs because survival mode doesn't have a gear score cap, which it should. Honestly, it's I really disagree with the developers' decisions to remove the gear score cap in survival mode. Because there's no reason, like, gear is too strong in this game to let you go past 450. Like, if you're that far geared, you need to just be in the high roller mode. The gear is too strong to let people be here. I am very, very much advocating against their decision to, you know, do that. Well, it's not smurfing because the developers decided to take out the cap. Smurfing, I think, would be more like... Smurfing's more like making a new account to do something like that, right? I don't know if that's considered smurfing. It's kind of scummy, but I don't know if it's smurfing. I just disagree with the developers' decisions to remove the gear score cap in survival. I think that was a bad move. There's really just no reason to do that. Look how long it takes to get to 15. Okay, but that's a separate issue. Okay, so I'll agree with you. It takes too long for 15, so make it quicker. The answer is not to make it take... The answer is not to make a gear score limit not exist. The answer is to make leveling faster. I mean, just saying. Wait, what the? What was that? Bro teleported across the map. He's not dead? How is he alive? Is the wrench just, like, is the wrench just bad for me? I don't understand. He, like... How did he survive so many hits? Did he like, what? Oh, he's in purples. Ah, got it. He's in purples with 230. He had just as much health as I did as a brick. Ah, got it. He's in purples. Got it. I think my sledgehammer would have killed him, but honestly, I just didn't think he was in purples. I didn't think he had gear that good. Yeah, the gear diff in this game is really insane. In case anyone is not... If you're used to Dark and Darker gear diff, this game takes that out of the water. So you know how in Dark and Darker, like, people complain about stuff like all stats? Well, this game takes it a step further. The difference between a piece of blue gear and purple gear, no joke, I think your health total kit will be like 100 HP difference. Like, junk gear is 110 HP. Green gear is like 100, is like almost 170, 180. Blue is like 250 to 270, and then purple is like 350 plus. Yeah, gear is like absolutely insane in this game right now. If someone is even like one tier above you in gear, you're basically already destined to die. It's really bad. Well, that guy 100% should be in hardcore mode with gear like that. There's no reason for him to be in that mode. Well, I didn't pull out my primary because I thought he was gonna run away. I didn't have my movement speed skill anymore. Rogue is too fast. If I don't pull, he just runs away and starts fighting me with throwing knives, and I just die for free. I already dude, did you not watch him teleport across the map? I used my skill under the guise that he was right next to me, and then he teleported 30 feet. So I basically lost all momentum in that fight because my 60-second timer like movement speed skill was on cooldown. So if I try to hit him with the sledgehammer, he runs and kites me with throwing knives and I die. So I blame the game's coding for teleporting him 30 feet away from me. But for all I know, he's not going to commit there. Well, again, I also didn't expect him to be in purples. I win that fight if it's equal gear. He doesn't win a stat check in equal gear. He only won that because he was in purples. It makes a big difference having that stuff. But if he's a smart rogue player, he's not going to commit to me with a sledgehammer out. He's going to just run around and throw knives at me. And being that he's in purples, if he hits me with one throwing knife, I would have lost anyway. Yeah, him teleporting really screwed me in that fight. Like, that really, really messed me up. I don't know what is going on with the game's coding, but that was really, really bad. But yeah, I didn't reasonably expect him to be in purples. I feel like I hit him a lot of times. I feel like there's no reasonable reason he should have won that except for the fact that, well, purple gear is just really, really good against blue. Yeah, the gear diff is pretty nutty. But I mean, reasonably, Kobe, I just don't know what I'm supposed to do. If without my movement speed skill, the rogue is too fast. I can't catch up to him. And I already wasted the skill under the guise that he was closer to me. So, like, what? Like, at that point, what do I do? I kind of have to just fight him and hope for the best, because Brick is supposed to beat him in a straight 1v1 fight. But I was not aware that Rogue in purples would actually, like, win the stat check there. Not aware of that. You ran into a level 50 in your second game and uninstalled? Oh yeah, I think I saw you say that, but I was like in the middle of worrying about that fight. Yeah, so Kobe-san, do you realize how big gear diff is in this game? Like, have you like really noticed at all? Because it's not like dad gear diff. It's more than dad gear diff. We're talking about like 50 to 100 HP for one gear like difference. Like, if I'm full green, I'm 170 health. If I'm full blue, like with good blues, I'm 270 or higher. And that doesn't include the other stats, that's only the HP. So you're talking like massive differences in HP in like gear. It's crazy. Like, if I'm in full blue and you're in full green, you are going to lose the stat check 9 out of 10 times. You're just not gonna do anything. And apparently, purple is also enough to just completely change the fight too, because that was insane. I cannot believe he ate, like, 9 wrench hits and then just, like, 5 tapped me. And it might not have been as bad if not for the fact that they decided to revert the survival mode gear cap. So now you can bring any gear you want into survival mode, including your purple gear. While it's a slow class outside of your 60-second cooldown movement speed skill, remember, when I used my movement speed skill, the rogue teleported across the map, so I couldn't, like, fight him. So, yeah, I'm pretty slow when I don't have the movement speed skill up. Rogue default is, like, 314. My default is, like, 300 something. The movement speed skill lets me kill him, but, again, the problem is he teleported across the map, so I didn't get to, like, actually fight him. The problem is you're relying on going to the marketplace and finding cooldown gear. That's easier said than done. I also lost my good gear set to a guy that was cheating, so I don't have a good gear set anymore. Not one like that. I already lost it, so. Yeah, I died to a infinite movement speed guy that was shooting at me with infinite ammo. So. Kind of lost my motivation to build kits after that one, to be real with you. Well, the gear is just too much right now. Point blank, the gear is too much. Here, so I'm going to show you something. So my gear, my HP is 200 right now. Without my gear, I'm at 118. So 3 greens and 2 blues is doubling my HP. Double. That's crazy. Like, that is really crazy. It is nowhere near that level of stat difference in Dark and Darker. Nowhere near that level. I mean, that is like next level of. I mean, I think that kind of goes without saying, though. Doubling your HP from Squire to Greens is crazy. Clip for the guy that cheated? I mean, I don't have a clip of it now. I reported him, but I didn't clip it. You know, I don't think gear diff was as big of a deal last patch, too. I think the gear diff got worse. I'm pretty sure. Think your last playtest wasn't as crazy? No. No, I'm telling you, last playtest was not as crazy. This is a new issue. This was not in the game last time. Because I would have mentioned it if it was. I definitely would have, like, made, you know. I definitely would have talked about it if it was. You know, even, like, yeah, even I am acknowledging how egregious it is. Yeah, between the lack of gear score cap for survival mode, and the amount of difference in gear for higher gear, it's a little bit egregious. Yeah, I will go as far as to say that this game will be primarily focused around stat checking than anything else at the rate it's going. Yeah, solo bartender is absolutely a thing. It's probably a consequence of getting rid of attributes and trying to band-aid that with throwing a ton of HP on gear. You might be right. It's hard to say. Because they did change all of the attributes from last playtest, but all I know is that the gear of this test is really, really crazy. I kind of wish I just committed to only playing Brick, and I got him to max level and then rushed into HR mode. Because I could probably have built a gear set that would be almost unkillable. I have to imagine that full purple is never ever dying to blues or greens in this game. I legitimately do not know how someone in greens could possibly kill someone in purples. I don't think it would be possible. I think it would just be a stat check every time. So if I just committed to Brick and got him to max level and ran into HR, I probably would have just ran lobbies. But that would probably get boring, so, you know. Yes, Bartender got buffed, not nerfed. Yep, that is correct. I do use the sledgehammer, it's just that my wrench is blue and my sledgehammer is junk. I'm waiting to find a sledgehammer. That's really all it is. What do you mean got buffed? They buffed Bartender's buffs. They buffed the duration. I think wrench is probably best for Bartender. That or the shovel. Rookie mode is probably a decent place to go for PvP, but the loot is so abysmal that I have a hard time going there. The loot just sucks there. Like, I'll sit there and open crates all game, and sometimes I won't see, like, even greens. So I don't know, it's kind of tough. Every time I die to somebody, I usually just go into survival mode naked, loot a few crates, and then I'm back in, like, greens and blues. Gear is really easy to get, it's just that the gear diff is crazy. That's the big thing. Yeah, it's not that it's hard for me to recover from losing the gear, it's that when the gear starts to become really high, I just end up dying what feels to be outside of my control. Because I don't really know what I'm supposed to do against, you know, the guy in purples that just stack checks me. I don't know what I'm supposed to do against that. Yeah, Crow, not even joking, Crow HP is basically the same as Brick's HP when you're geared. Crow might be better than Brick in high gear, but I'm not exactly sure. I haven't played enough high gear to know what is best. But I know that Crow in high gear is really, really strong. I just know that for sure. Well, that's another thing, too. I can't even go into hardcore mode, so running 0 to hero is just all I can really do. And then after losing my best gear set to cheaters, or I guess a singular cheater, I kind of don't, like, I don't really want to sit there and trade and look for another kit, so I'm just going to wear whatever I find. There is definitely a level of, you know, how much I'm willing to commit a gear set when I know that cheaters are around. Hoping that I don't run into another one. Yeah, I got killed by a guy with infinite ammo on his gun earlier. That was also running at, like, who knows, like, probably 450 speed or something. It was very, very obvious cheating. I reported him, but kind of unfortunate. Lost a pretty good gear set to him. So my gear didn't really matter against him because, you know, he just kind of killed me for free. This guy's gonna die to gas in a minute. You know, you could leave the room at any time. I was gonna say, why are you sitting there dying in the gas? Just leave. Kobe, I ran into a cheater like an hour and a half ago. Yeah, he was running infinite ammo in his guns, and he was running at, like, Mach speed, and I couldn't catch him as he shot at me with infinite ammo. It was really fun. Yeah, it was really fun, let me tell you. It was something. It was the first guy I found that was cheating so far, but doesn't really make it any better. Still kind of sucks.
Oh, what can I get for you?
Yeah, lame for sure. Yep, no, I'm with you. I agree. Very lame. There's a bug where someone becomes invisible too? Wait, really? I did not know about that. That's not a good bug. That's... Yeah, that's no bueno. Well, apparently that's why they didn't increase the XP gains for hardcore, is because they were afraid the cheaters would go to hardcore mode. So instead, the cheaters will just run rampant in survival mode, where I'm currently stuck playing, because I'm not level 15. So. Level 15 perk, will I take? Maybe Skull Crusher for extra damage, or Defense Mastery for more armor, depending on how the armor scales. One or the other. This depends. Not exactly sure. think I might drop the speed rush and grab more damage. I need a sledgehammer though. Do I have one? Natural toughness is a must-have when you stack a lot of HP. Oh, I mean, I believe it. Yeah, I mean, if you're stacking 300 health, I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't see why you wouldn't. Yeah, so the smoking mechanic is how you heal in this game. You can use cigarettes to heal yourself over time. Yeah, I guess if a rogue is ever willing to fight me in melee, I should just assume that they're gonna stat check me if I don't use sledge. Just keep my sledge out. I always go fresh survival mode. It's easy to gear up. Well, the issue is when you're fighting a rogue and you're trying to like charge your sledge, they'll just start spamming throwing knives at you if they're a geared rogue. I think a good rogue player should probably have at least 20 throwing knives on them at all times. Because every knife with the poison perk is doing a lot of damage. Well, if you're close, you should be just clicking. The charge attack is only good for range. Because the damage is the same. You don't increase your damage by much. It's close to similar. It's maybe a little higher, but it's close. It's better if you have the perk. I think it's more about the speed of the attack. Because that still did 53, right? So 68. I guess it does a little bit more damage. Like 15 more. Yeah, I would say it's only good for like the engagement attack. After that, I would just swing, yeah. The perk for movement speed while charging seems good. You can pair it with the 60% charge damage ability and space against melee. I don't know what your movement speed is by default while charging. Movement speed is 280. I mean, I don't even think I can check my movement speed while charging. It doesn't let me check it. I don't really know how helpful it is. The vendor stickers, you have to level up your vendor through quest to unlock the sticker spaces. That's basically a typical brick versus brick fight, in case you're wondering. You just spam jump. I think the zombie hit me in that fight too, which is hilarious. That base, doesn't that remind you of Club Barbarian? Are you serious? I just started my healing, man. Just show up. How long to heal 200? A long ass time. Can you crouch midair? I mean, I don't know. I don't think so. Not anything that's gonna help you. But yeah, that's like a pretty typical brick fight. Just mindless W key. Spam jump. Anyone who's familiar with Dark and Darker has already seen a fight just like that before. Yeah, so imagine if I got third-partied here in this fight. I would never be able to heal in time. Takes a long time to get back to full. Yeah, the cigarettes need buffed. It's not like, yeah, they're pretty bad for later on. I had to use my entire, and you can't pick them off a dead body too, which is even worse. Yeah, so that's what an even fight looks like. Oh, actually, he had an advantage on me. Yeah, these, which it's like, oh, it's only 2 pieces of gear. What the? Yeah, look at that. Look at the HP difference. Look at this. 217, 264, just from these 2 pieces of gear. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that nuts? Yeah, gear in this game is crazy. It actually seems less like the classes are the big balance problem, even though what Bartender is pretty broken. The bigger issue is actually the gear. The gear in this game, the gear diff in this game is actually really, really bad right now. Like, it's way too high. Can you show my video settings? Yeah, I can do that. I think they're just normal, though. I don't think it's anything special. What? Epic quality, 120 FPS, DLSS, balanced, off, off. And then, you know, nothing else too special. Floor for easy money. Floor 14 is pretty solid. Yeah, genuinely, I would argue that nothing is as impactful in this game as the gear that you're wearing. Even a worse class will beat a better class if they have slightly better gear. And by slightly better gear, I mean like 1 gear rarity difference kind of deal. Because even 1 rarity difference actually makes a really big difference. You get arrows by joining a lobby naked and leaving. Isn't that what you used to have to do in Dark and Darker? I feel like I used to do that on my Ranger. I think so, at least. That sure does sound familiar. That was what people didn't dab before Squire? That's what I thought, yeah. Because I remember having to die on purpose to get my arrows back. Defo gotta fix that in this game, too. Saw a guy, but I got distracted from those SWAT zombies. You were Green Crow yesterday playing against a ranger with rifle, and he two-tapped you? Yeah, rifle can actually do some good damage. I do wonder... Hopefully it wasn't the guy that was cheating that I ran into earlier. Hopefully it was a legitimate. Because I've never seen a legitimate player use a rifle. I've only seen cheaters use rifles. Yeah, this is survival mode right now, yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, regardless, yeah, rifle can actually be pretty strong. So I'm not too surprised that you, had trouble against it. But again, I haven't seen a lot of people even running it, so I haven't had a lot of experience on it yet. Yeah, I really need to get out of here. My, I mean, I'm running out of meds. I don't want that. I'm definitely gonna grab that. I just need to drop something for it. Might drop my greens. Can actually save a little bit of space here too. You got officially November 20th is the official release date right now. Yeah, I'm surprised. This road does have a lot of riot zombies, but riot zombies have good gear, so that's not necessarily a bad thing. Potential price? I don't think they've given us a price. If I had to guess, though, probably like 30 bucks, maybe 20 or 30. Anything past 30, I think, is way too high. Anything under 20, I'd be kind of surprised too. I think this is I think at 20 bucks, it's like a pretty reasonable buy. Anything past it starts to become like kind of gray. No extracts. Huh? Well, there is an extra. I should probably just take it. Low on meds. Cool. No reason to stay. You know what would be an interesting decision? Yeah, that was a really good run. I think I got like a full inventory of blues. I think what might be interesting is if they took a page out of Dark and Darker's playbook and maybe allow you to play the game for free, but only in rookie mode. And also restrict access to trade market. So that way you can't, like, you know, do anything with trading. And then have survival mode and hardcore locked behind a paywall. I honestly feel like that would be the best way for them to do it. I don't know if you guys agree with that or not, but I think that's one good thing that comes from Dark and Darker is their pay model for trying the game, you know. I like it at least. With only one character? I guess that would be up to the developers to decide if they wanted one class or not. Probably one class, since it is supposed to be like a limited time demo, not a full game. Probably. Well, there's just so many different extraction games coming out, and I'm a little bit torn. I feel like Midnight Walkers isn't a bad game, but I just don't know if it's in a state where I'm confident that it's going to, like, sweep the floor in terms of competing with these other, like, games that I've played already. Is it better to sell or grind the 2x2 trophies? It's only better to grind them if you're already in dungeon, because the amount of money that you get is about the same. The only difference is it's less inventory space. So if you can grind them in-game, it's actually better. But if they're already in your stash, just sell them. Well, the problem is, having a game with its own fan base doesn't mean the game will do well. Legacy has its own fan base, but that isn't saying much, right? You need more than just a fan base. You need a solid audience so you can keep going with your project. You need players, you know? I don't think it's a brick thing, Roz. I think gear at the moment is really insane. Gear diff is going completely rampant right now. Here's an example. Right now I'm in all blues. If I take off this gear, my health is 118. So the difference between the difference between being naked and then running full blue, well, blue minus the trinkets, I mean, that's what, 150 HP? I mean, that is a lot of HP, you know? The difference between, like, junk gear and greens and blues and purples is massive. And every gear rarity is just as big of a gap as the previous gap. So trying to fight someone that's in full blue versus, like, full green, it's like it's not even a competition. The fight is so easy for you. So I think the gear is actually more so just the gear itself rather than the class. And it's also every class. This is not a brick exclusive thing. Every class with high gear can have really high HP. Like even like Crow isn't squishy once you have gear. It's, you know. No, brick is not just the best class by default. No, I don't think that's true. I think right now the gear is actually more of a factor than anything else. I missed your question. I probably did. Let me go up a little bit. How much money do I think this game is worth paying for? I'd say 20 or 25. No higher than 25 at very maximum. And 20 I think is fair. I would pay 20 for this game if I wasn't, like, let's say I'm not a creator, right? If I was just looking at this game, I would probably pay 20 for it. Because what is $20 nowadays? Like, a singular meal out to eat? One singular movie ticket? You know? I would be comfortable with something like that. I think 20 is, like, pretty reasonable. You died to a cheater? Oh, yeah. That's a bad sign that we're starting to see more accounts of cheaters now. That's actually a very, very bad sign. Gear diffs are crazy. No stamina interaction makes the fight. Who has better gear wins. You know, that's actually a really good thought, Jay. So one of the reasons that I think Mistfall Hunter, the gear was a little bit less egregious, is because there was an entire stamina mechanic to where if you outplayed somebody and got them, like, out of stamina, you could just 100 to 0 them or, like, punish them heavily enough to kind of sway the fight. You don't have a mechanic like that with brick versus brick, you know? You don't have to, there's no stamina, you know? You can kind of keep swinging as much as you want, you never have to run out. Whereas Mistfall Hunter, like if you make a mistake and you run yourself out of stamina, you can actually lose the fight, even if it's against better gear or worse gear. So with that in mind, you know, I don't know what, like, I just don't know what mechanics there are in this game that allow players with less gear to overcome that gear diff. Because the gear diff is so high, and I don't know if there's any mechanics that necessarily allot enough skill to, like, overcome that difference. You know? The only thing that maybe exists is, like, parrying with the shovel. And maybe, like, kiting with Bartender and cheesing with poisons. Takes on melee combat versus stab. The melee combat in this game is almost to a T like Dark and Darker's combat. It's almost the same. Like, when I'm playing brick versus brick, it feels like I'm playing club versus club barbarian. It's two people jumping constantly, waiting for the other person to die with more headshots, and the other person getting limp shots. That is brick versus brick combat from what I've seen. Is it better to farm medical for and rookie before survival? I would recommend just buying your meds from the pharmacist
Hello.
with money that you
Are
make
in
while
pain
playing.
somewhere?
You get to a point early game where it's really hard to keep up meds, and then at a certain point, meds are actually not too bad if you just keep buying meds from her. You can see my stash has like a lot of meds now. These are so expensive, man. I might have to buy one soon, though. I'm running out of space. Again. You just like the jumping meta? Yeah, but that's currently the only real, like, thing you can do in a fight. I think jumping is just always the right call, from what I can tell. I'm not sure if there's ever a reason not to be jumping, from what I can tell, you know? Yeah, survival mode really is just such better gear that it's better to play there, in my opinion. Just know that you might get gear diff from time to time. Well, I'm kind of worried that Mistfall is not going to release until next year. It's already October. Yeah, it's already like mid-October. I just don't... I don't know. You're worried? Well, I'll tell you straight up that if they don't think the game is ready, I don't want them to rush it. As much as I want to play Mistfall right now, I don't want the game to release and then be dead on arrival either. Well, you know me, I play every class in Mistfall Hunter except for Black Arrow. I think it's fun playing every class in Mistfall. Honestly, I don't know what it is, but I have more fun swapping between classes in Mistfall than any other extraction game. Again, minus the Ranger class. I just don't enjoy that class. I think it's kind of weak. Well, the combat is basically just as simple as Dad, so they don't necessarily need more complex combat, but they do need to make the gear diff not as ridiculous. Also, honestly, adding every weapon with extra attacks would be nice. Most of the secondary attacks for weapons suck ass. Most of them just aren't good. Yeah, 20% attack on shovel is pretty good for sure. Would I recommend this game? I mean, it's good enough that I'd say it's worth trying. It is a free demo, so I wouldn't say no. Yeah, for a free demo, it ain't too bad. Not perfect by any means, but... You know what? I'm gonna pick up everything and probably do a dismantle run since I'm up here anyway. I think I still need more for, I'll need more for, like, stash expansion and stuff anyway. Well, again, game's not perfect. It's got some problems, but it's probably worth enough for me to just say it's probably worth at least trying. Nice. Yes, buddy. How am I missing? Oh my god, what was that? Oh my god. Okay, well, all of a sudden he just started charging at me every time. That's... Oh, okay. Yeah, because I can fight you at the same time, for sure. You know, considering how hard it is to heal in this game, a part of me almost feels like it's not worth killing special zombies. Healing that damage that he just did to me is really insane. The amount of meds it takes you is just, it's just crazy. Yeah, Arc Raiders is a free beta in 2 days. I might end up trying it out. No. Okay, well, I thought that was gonna bully on me. A lot of blues. Not complaining, but... Didn't Brick used to be able to use the katana as well? I'm pretty sure Brick could use katana. Or as I can remember, I think you could. You could? I thought so. Kinda miss it, to be honest. I think the katana was a fun weapon to use for Brick. Throwing knives too? You can still use throwing knives as Brick. They're just not as effective on Brick as on Rogue because of the perk. But you can still use them. Honestly, if I could buy them in bulk quantity and not have to worry about store limitations, I would probably use them more. Best way to level? Extracting. When you die, you get almost no XP. You have to extract every time. That's the key. It's really as simple as that. No, I'll tell you what. Molotovs seem really strong. Not friendly. I don't know why that guy thought I'd be friendly, but... That ain't me, Chief. Oh, this is kind of... I don't know why that zombie just stopped there, but... I need to, like, close them off in a door, but I can't do it. They're being very annoying. I don't know why that zombie just decided to stop in the middle of the stairway. Oh my god. Can these zombies please just get out of the way? Jesus, man. Yeah, yeah. Friendly survivors. Yeah, no, not doing any of that. Thank God. Okay, I think we're finally done. I don't think they can get through that door. You broke the door? This is so annoying. Does this guy ever de-aggro? Wait, there's a different one. Well, this is fine. They don't seem to be de-aggroing. I need to find a different staircase to run off to. I'm not gonna be able to loot that rogue I killed. Not gonna have time. I think their AI is a little bit broken. They don't seem to like have any kind of de-aggro radius. They seem to just follow you forever. Kind of insane. Fight him? No, I don't have enough HP to fight him. It's not worth the risk. I still have to worry about PvP. It's 100% not worth it to fight him there. Health for PvP is more important than clearing a mob on a floor that I don't need to clear. Health is just not frequent enough to be wasting it on them. I take one hit and I lose half my meds. I'm actually gonna do some med floor before I go to try to replenish what I lost. If the cigarettes would heal me more, I might, like, consider it, but they just don't really heal enough. And you can only use one drink every, like, 2 minutes, so your healing is really absurdly slow. Yeah, this game is very punishing from a third-party perspective of trying to fight, like, you know, special enemies like that. You're better off probably fighting people that are fighting those that happen to get hit than you are trying to fight them yourself. Because, like, if you get hit once, it's gonna take a little bit to heal it back, and if someone comes up to you at the right time, you're already dead. Because you can't take a hit from a special zombie and then try to fight. You'll just lose. Unless you have enough meds to back it up, which I currently don't. That's the problem. Now that said, now that I've done the floor 3 a little bit, I could probably fight it now. I think I probably have enough meds that I'd be okay. But before this little trip, I definitely didn't. Healing used to be easier last playtest too. I don't know why they made healing harder. I don't really understand that decision. Making healing harder just favors like fighting like less PvE and just saving your your meds and your cooldowns for when you find the other players. I don't really understand that decision at all. In theory, you would think it would be better because you have the cigarette mechanic now, but the drink mechanic being as punishing it as it is this time around really, like, does not make up for the cigarettes. Yeah, I've seen some teamers and solos. I've seen a few of those. Kind of annoying. Yeah, the drink debuff doesn't even make any sense. Because if someone is sitting there spamming range attacks at you, like you can't heal it. It doesn't it's such a weird decision. And honestly, range spam is probably one of the more annoying parts about this game because Bartender, who is debatably the strongest class, his primary function is spamming range, is poisons. You can't heal his poisons, but Bartender has infinite healing because his drink mix overrides the drink mechanic. It's very weird. Like I have to imagine geared Bartender being like really, really strong. Yeah, 1v2ing in this game is definitely pretty tough for sure. You probably could do it if you had enough gear diff, but that's about it. Twenty guns? Yeah. Yeah, some guy earlier had infinite ammo on his guns. He was cheating. So yeah, I died to a guy with guns earlier. Yeah. Yeah, outside of that, funny enough, almost no one has used guns against me. They seem very, very rare. Expecting them to release a new class in 1 month's time for this game is a little bit crazy. I don't even think the current balance set is... I don't even think the current game is balanced, let alone adding more classes.
Hello.
You're in luck today. I found some really good stuff on my last run.
Well, that's true. Ammo is very expensive, which I think is why you don't see a lot of people using them. I think after probably like a week or two, you would probably see most players using guns and the balance would probably shift, I would think. I will tell you, when I played Crow with a shotgun, the game definitely felt like way, way better for me. Weapons that are equivalent to artifacts and dad. No, that's one thing that I think all these other games are missing. Dungeonborn had, like, artifact-type weapons. It was legendaries. Midnight Walkers does not have anything special that I've seen. If there are stuff, I don't know of them. And Mistfall Hunter had none either. I think it's kind of a mistake. I think having, like, interesting stuff is fun, you know? But no, as far as I've seen, I don't think there's anything like that. Well, ammunition isn't just expensive, it's limited. So, like, if I go to the collector
Feel free to look
and I
around.
want to buy
You
throwing
might have
knives,
something useful.
I can only buy these 5 throwing knives. They run out of stock, and then I have to wait for the timer to end. So it's a process. Endgame items people are chasing, probably just purples and legendaries. Just the gear itself, I think. Because you can get legendaries, it's just they don't have any special effects. God, dude, legendary gear is probably so freaking insane. I gotta imagine it's... I gotta imagine it's probably insane, man. I can only... I imagine Brick would have like 500 plus HP with legendary on. If I had to just take like a guess, it's gotta be 500 HP Brick or something stupid. I could only imagine that, man. That would be so... That would be so ridiculous. I think it's time to just buy another stash expansion tab. I don't have any space, so... Sort by cheapest. 52k? Oh. 54, I guess. I think I need one wire to do. I'll see if I can get one wire this run so I don't have to buy it, because they're usually pretty expensive, I think. Let me see what the prices of wire is. I just don't want to spend, like, 5k on one. I think that's just kind of ridiculous. Oh, it's 7k for wire now. Yeah, that's not happening. I'm not... I'll go to the construction floor before I do that. That's not happening. There is no way. There's no way I'm doing that. Alright. We good? Still waiting for our 4th perk. Really for... I can't believe how long it's taking to get level 15. Not anymore? Did you just throw wire up or something? Is that why you said that? Nope. Seems like it's still 7. Or 8. Yeah, I'll just find my own wire. I'm not paying that. I checked earlier. I couldn't believe that Dungeon Stalkers is still receiving updates. Genuinely surprised. I thought Dungeon Stalkers was, like, just completely dead. They have 200 players, going strong. And still working on updates for next season, so... Very, interesting, to say the least. Yeah, but Mr. X, there's a difference between a multiplayer game that's dead and a single player game that's dead. I can go play Fallout 3, which probably has hundreds of people playing it right now on, like, Steam. And it doesn't matter how many people are playing it because it's a single player game, you know? I'm sure that there are single player games that get updates that, you know, from devs that hope that, like, people pick up on their game. But multiplayer games can't function, or, you know, they just can't function. Oh, you were talking about multiplayer? Okay, gotcha. Maybe there's one gooner paying a fortune to get swimsuit skins and dungeon stalkers. Well, you know what's funny? When I was looking at the new update for that game, one of the primary focuses was the new skins, the new skins and outfits and stuff. And then I said, well, I guess I have to check out the game again, huh? Wait, this guy has a gray sledge? I mean, he'll just lose, if that's the case. Oh, that guy has... Wait, that's the same guy, right? I'm gonna guess that it's correct. You know, it's kind of funny that Wire is currently selling for almost the same price that, like, some of the purple gear I picked up is sold for. When you look at it that way, that's kind of comical. Doesn't make sense? No, it makes sense. It does. It's required for stash expansions, and people are lazy. People pay for convenience. It's the same reason that people are willing to pay 3 times the price to get something DoorDash when they could go to the store or go to the place 10 minutes away and then, you know, get something for 15 instead of like 30 or 40. It makes perfect sense. People are lazy. Oh, gonna need a lot of meds for this guy, huh? Are you serious? That is insane that that zombie like hit me like that. That's actually insane. He is so lucky. Wow, that guy is so freaking lucky. Holy hell. That's insane. Like, what are the odds that the zombie, like, aggro's me and not? Like, that's just crazy. These zombies are actually helping him so much, it's insane. I can't even believe this. Luckiest guy in the world. Yeah, I just don't have enough. I don't know. I feel like I just don't have enough. I don't know. Did he just get lucky there? I feel like the zombies were just screwing me like the entire fight. I feel like the zombies were screwing me so bad there. I got like body blocked like 3 times and grabbed like twice, right? I feel like that was just real. Like, I don't know. The zombies were just so like bad for me. I don't know what I don't know like what I really could have done there. The zombies were just sticking me so bad. And then, like, he would run, and the zombies would get in my way, and I couldn't, like, actually catch up. I don't know what I could have done there differently. I genuinely have no idea what I could have done there. Yeah, I don't know. I have no clue. That is so unlucky, man. Like, why couldn't the zombies have grabbed him or blocked him, you know? I couldn't heal myself, Aram. I couldn't heal. There's a debuff for drinking. There was no point in time during that fight that I could have healed. We both couldn't heal. I talked about that earlier. You can't heal in a fight. There's like a 2-minute delay on when you can drink again, so I could not have healed there. And if I start bandaging, he just runs away. So. Well, what could I have done? I feel like I just got screwed by the mobs. Yeah, if I used a drink there, it would not have healed me. No. I don't know what I could have done. It's just unfortunate that the zombies favored him like every part of that fight. What can you do? Quite frankly, the moment the first zombie grabbed me, the entire fight was like already over. Because he got too far away. Just unlucky. After you drink for 2 minutes, if you drink again, it won't heal you anymore. You have to wait for the little debuff in the bottom left corner to go away or you can't heal. I think it's a really dumb mechanic, but it stops you from healing against range kiters like that. It's probably one of the worst mechanics in this game. I don't know why they added it. It makes no sense. It gives such a big advantage on range classes. I don't know. Very silly. It's really, really good, in particular for Bartender. Because Bartender doesn't have to deal with the debuff time. Because Bartender can make their own drinks. Yes, that's correct. Yeah, there's a reason that I've been saying that Bartender is better than Brick. And that's part of it. Because they don't have to worry about the debuff against, like, range spamming like that. They also can spam their own throwable poison that does 100 damage apiece, which is about half your HP increase. I just didn't realize he was going to get that lucky, and the zombies were going to all body block and or grab me the entire fight. I don't really know if there was anything I could have done there, realistically. I'm naked. I might as well go for this skill. It's all risk, no, or it's all reward, no risk. He might have got hit by the zombie, in which case it actually is good for me to chase him. Remember, I usually can't win this because of gear, but I figured I'd try anyway. I'll never have enough HP to, like, out DPS deck that, but it was worth trying. I had to try. Just because I know I was hoping he would be lower. But, you know, I figured I had nothing to lose, so might as well try, right? The strat in melee is the same as Dark and Darker. Spam jump and hope that your stats are stronger. There's really not a lot of skill for melee in this game. Yeah, this game is definitely pretty far from pretty far from having much skill, at least for melee fights in particular. I want to play Bartender. I cannot believe they didn't add the XP update today. Like, I feel like I have to play like Brick because I want to play hardcore mode, and I can't do it because every other class it takes like 12 hours to level up one class. But I really don't want to sit here and level up Mixer or level up Bartender from level 4. I cannot believe they didn't have that update today. This is rough, man. But I think Bartender is better than Brick. I just really don't want to have to level the class. Why didn't they fast track leveling? They released an announcement earlier today that they were going to make leveling 5 times faster, and then right before the update released, they said, just kidding, and took it away. So, that's why I said that. Yeah, oh indeed. No, definitely not a mistake. They actively decided not to increase it. Yeah, no, this is... They actively made that decision. They didn't add faster leveling because they're afraid that cheaters are so bad in this game that they don't want them in high roller mode. That is legitimately straight from the developers themselves. The Asia players are complaining because they don't want to fight cheaters in high roller. That's the reason. So instead, the cheaters are in survival mode. Yeah, the opinion, like the reason that they didn't do the change when they made the announcement and said that certain people have said that they don't want it, it's the Asia market not wanting cheaters in high roller. The feedback was the Asia market saying that we don't want cheaters in high roller. That is not cap. Well, obviously, that still means that the cheaters are still going to be running rampant in survival mode, so... I mean, it's not really a fix, you know? Not particularly a fix by any means. I mean, it's not like it's really fixing anything. All it's doing is delaying the problem. You know? Just makes me wonder how many cheaters there really are in this game for them to be afraid to release. You know? Makes me wonder. Because the cheating must be pretty bad for them to say something like that, I would think. Yeah, all it does is make it so I can't test every class, like, in full capacity. Because I can't, like, level up fast enough to get the perks and stuff that I need. The leveling is just straight up too slow in this game. Even Mistfall Hunter was faster than this. Mistfall took me about 6 hours to level up one class to full. This game, 6 hours, I feel like I'm still not even halfway there. It's pretty crazy. Yeah, I don't really know. I don't really understand it, to be honest. I don't really get it. What can I say? He must be geared, right? Because I feel like I've hit him a lot more than he's hit me. Did an explosive zombie just fall down the ceiling and explode and kill me? I gotta see how geared that guy was, because I outplayed the hell out of him. Oh. Okay, well, he has 300 HP. Yeah, what is that bartender's, like, health? Okay, that's another 300 health fighter. Okay. Where's the bartender? Oh, this is the 220 health, bro. Where is the bartender at? Did he die too? Wait a minute. I think I killed him too. Yeah, he's dead. Yeah, that other bartender, I think he was, Daddy Tex. Because I don't see him anymore. So I died to the exploder that fell out of the ceiling, and then he died to a spitter. Wow. Incredible. I think he was way more geared than I was. He missed, like, every poison. I hit him with, like, 3. That's crazy. Shocking that he survived that. Why are the mobs screwing me so bad? What is happening? The mobs are screwing me so much. What is going on, man? Oh my god. Yeah, dude, he is definitely so much. I mean, I was naked. That dude must have been so geared. To have survived that many extra hits He had to have been probably, like, mostly blues. If he wasn't, I would be surprised. Or at the very least, he's all green with, like, the jewelry spots. What a shame. But yeah, that's bartender versus bartender, in case you're curious. You basically just keep spamming, like, poisons at each other until someone dies. That's the entire fight. You wouldn't want my luck today for your worst enemy? Captain, are you acknowledging how bad my luck has been the last few games? It's been pretty bad, man. It's been pretty bad. I mean, I think almost winning a gear diff fight and then a exploding crawler falling through the sky, that definitely might be up there, in going through what I've been going through today. Oh god, it's freaking miserable. I also love how many 300 HP bricks are entering my lobbies. Yeah, because it turns out at 300 HP, I'm not sure if it matters. I'm not sure if it matters what I do. I kind of need enough gear to be able to beat that. Pretty crazy. You know, maybe if they added a gear cap for survival mode, like there already should have been, maybe we wouldn't be in this problem. But until that changes, we are stuck. No, I don't play trios. I only play solos. Getting blocked by zombies, getting bombed, playing against cheaters. Yeah, today's been rough, man. I've had a lot of, like, really unfortunate circumstances today. Yeah, it's kind of a shame, for sure. $3K for calling throwing knife and trade? Well, do you want to play rogue or do you not want to play rogue? If you want to play rogue, you need to cough off that money, King. You need to pay 15,000 gold per stack of throwing knives. Then you can finally start to fight other classes. Enjoy. Enjoy. No, no, I don't see the problem. Oh, it's all fine. It's fine. No problem. You want to be able to compete with margaritas. I'm sorry, not margarita. With bartenders free poison throws or not? Because bartender gets their drinks for free. But unfortunately for you, you're not playing bartender, so you're gonna have to, you know, step it up. No, I agree with you. Leveling should be like 2 times faster at minimum. And there needs to be a gear cap. Both of those things need to happen. Yeah, I'm with you. Oh yeah, bartender can use rifles too. I should probably grab a gun. Molotovs. Molotovs are good. Oh wait, material bags are. That's how I get my materials back. You put every character before level 10? Well, I've been swapping around characters too, which is why I haven't been able to play hard mode yet. Honestly, what's frustrating is I want to play hard mode, and every time I try to play, like, low gear in survival mode, I keep running across dudes with, like, 300 HP or purple gear, and I feel like I'm getting gear diffs, and there's nothing I can do about it, because the gear is so crazy in this game. It's kind of unfortunate. They really need to fix this gear, like, issue. It's kind of insane. I almost wish I just played one class to max level, and then did what other people are doing, which is, you know, run with 4 perks and kill everybody because I'm running gear that's too good. I almost wish I was doing that at a certain point. Oh my god, that guy's head went flying. I'm not a priest. I am a bartender. I don't know what you're talking about. How am I a priest? That's not right. Oh, bartenders can use shotguns too. I didn't realize that. Bartender does not suck. You are crazy if you think bartender sucks. That was a freaking far launch. Yeah, this glass is far from bad. Like my sandals? What? I didn't want to heal anyway. Well, luckily I'm Margarita, or bartender. So I can just kill myself for free with drinks. The only class in the game that can do this, by the way, is continuously heal themselves with no cooldown. No other class can do this. I think ammunition should be in lootables. Well, it is, technically. You get gunpowder from these crates, and then you can use that gunpowder to create ammo. However, that is the only way to get it. You can't find it. Like, you can't find the ammo itself. But I'm assuming you mean the ammo itself, right? But I know I agree with you. Ammo should actually be findable in game. That would be nice. I'm with you. You got a 340 HP sledge brick yesterday. That was in full purple. Bravo. Wait, was he in survival mode? Red keycard, medical floor. I think it's floor 3 or floor 8 or something. I know it's the medical floor. How have I gotten, like, no loot this time? I don't know. I guess I'm not picking up the gear. Welcome back, Brandon. You know what might be a fun idea? If I don't have any ammo, I can use the shotgun, you know, to scare them. Maybe if I just hold it with no ammo, they'll be too scared to push me. The mind games. Maybe. I got baited. I thought that was a stash expansion. Oh, I just got super baited. I'll take the money, but... Oh, he's gonna leave. Oh. I had to kite him. I would have just died for free if I didn't. Yeah, I mean, I couldn't fight him yet. That dude probably has 250 plus HP. He'll just stat check me. I have to like keep throwing stuff at him till he dies. I think I played that right. I'm just sad that he left. Wait, Bartender can't use rifles? Oh. I thought bartenders could use rifles. Alright, well. That was unexpected. I really thought you could. Maybe you used to be able to when they took it away. So maybe only Lockdown can use rifle now? Oh, yeah, I'm just surprised. Lockdown use every gun? I think so. I think you can at least. No, Lockdown was in last playtest. He's the Ranger class. You are right, Lycan. If ammo was frequently found in dungeon, or in the game, you probably would see guns everywhere, and that would probably vastly change the balance of the game, I imagine. That would make sense. I wonder what the best second perk is. Hey, Quirf. Game's okay. Just something to do. In the, like, you know, something to do for the time being while we wait for, you know, other stuff to come back. Or come out. 32% debuff? Oh, you think that one's the best? You mean for the poison damage? Stacks with the first passive? Okay. So that'll just increase my damage as a whole. So there's just no downside to that. Well, this playtest has made gear diff a lot higher than it used to be, which I think is hurting the experience a bit for me. Like last playtest, I don't remember seeing gear quite to the level that we have it right now. Marvin, the game full launches in November. No, yeah, I'm with you, Quirf. Exactly. No, I agree with you. Yeah, I noticed that the gear diff in this game is so vast that I think it's kind of taking away from the game a little bit.
Hey! Don't touch that.
Like, I really don't understand why they made the gear so strong,
Oh,
but it's,
well, welcome.
I mean, even for me, it's like, it's kind of a lot, you know? I mean, Dungeon Stalkers also died on release, so I don't really know if that's relevant at all. That game died in, like, a week or something. Didn't last too long.
Hey! Don't touch that.
Be right back, fellas. Yeah, so Quirf, on one side, blues and greens are pretty easy to find. I mean, I can go in and open up crates for a few minutes and pretty much get most of a gear set. I mean, you can see here from one game I got, half blue, half green. So finding the gear isn't necessarily the problem. The issue is I'm not really sure if that is what matters. I'm not sure if it matters how easy it is to find greens or blues or whatever. I think the bigger issue is that while the HP total is just so much different, I don't like, obviously it's a gear-based game, so I expect gear to have a difference. But this game, like, takes it a step further to where it feels like it's just too much. Well, no, you can make gear matter without making gear give you 2.5 times the HP total. There's a very, very big difference between where we're at right now and where we were last playtest. Dark and Darker, currently, I would say the gear definitely matters, and there is nowhere near this level of gear diff in that game. And if you do want gear to be this level of difference, then you need to add a score cap to survival mode, just like rookie mode has. There is no reason that a brick with 350 HP should be able to come to survival mode where most people are going to be in starter gear or greens. There is absolutely no reason for survival to have no gear gap, or to have no gear cap. No reason at all. Makes no sense. And not to mention, those guys not only have like 350 health, they also have 4 perks, which gives you another massive advantage on other players because perks are really big. So, I don't know. Kind of where I'm at right now. I've also always been an advocate for gear making a difference, not being a problem. There's a reason that I spoke out against patch 69 for Dark and Darker, because that was one of the worst patches I've seen in a game like that, where they made all gear not matter. But there's a very big difference between having gear not matter and then having gear give you 2.5 times the HP total. That's all, you know, that's another point too. Junk gear players look exactly the same as geared players. There's no visual difference. Like here, that's actually a great example. This guy right here. This guy basically looks naked, but he's in half blues and half greens. You have no idea that he's even in like any rarity of clothing except for the helmet. You really cannot tell what like people are wearing. Like, people are full purple, and you cannot tell they're full purple. It's rough. There you go. Here's an example. This guy's full blue. This guy is probably 280 HP. Probably around 280. But actually, he has health rolls. Health, 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 health. Okay, so this guy's actually in good gear. He's probably 300 HP. At least 300 HP. Just to kind of give you an idea. Yeah, he's probably 300 plus. I didn't realize it was all health rolls. Imagine in Dark and Darker, if you started out as a fighter with like 100 HP, and then you had to go fight the Barbarian running 300 health. That is the equivalent of what is happening right now. Maybe 150 health fighter, since I do technically have 167. So call it 167 health fighter versus 300 health Barbarian. That is basically what's happening. His gear is making him twice as strong in only blues. It's crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. You're in full blues with 360 HP, Sponge. Oh, okay, that's even better. Okay. Yeah, that's balanced. That's balanced for sure. For sure. For sure. How do you win? That's the fun part. Well, you don't. You usually don't. You have to get really lucky. Reasonably speaking, you really probably are not winning that no matter what you do. If I had more gear and perks as Bartender, I could probably kill him. But I'm not geared, and I also don't have perks yet, so that's kind of a problem. Because you know that guy probably has 4 perks. I mean, again, I don't mind gear making a difference in fights. I'm actually an advocate for gear making a difference in fights because, well, it's a gear-based game. But there is a certain level of where it's okay, gear diff, and then there's what this game currently is, which is just completely insane. Like, it's absolutely ridiculous how much gear is currently... what gear is currently doing. It is definitely not, like, balanced whatsoever. I mean, if the game releases like this, I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't know. Game releases with no gear score cap on survival mode, and people are running around day 2 with 400 HP builds. I don't know how you're supposed to fight that. I don't know. Everyone's just gonna quit. If I keep dying to people with 400 HP and, like, starter gear or, like, random greens, I'm not gonna be having very much fun, personally. I don't know about you, but that sure doesn't sound fun to me. I mean, does anyone disagree with what I'm saying? I mean, I'm gonna try to fight him, but just so you know, it's probably not gonna go well for me. Shovel's okay. Not the worst weapon I've used. Might be dead. Maybe not. Wait, maybe not? Wait, I have a chance. I have a chance. It's not over? Hold up, I can win this. I'm gonna try really hard. I know I have no health. But he's low too. There is a chance I can win this. Yes! Yes! I actually killed him. Oh my god. I did it. Oh my god. I cannot believe I just killed that guy. Oh my god. Was it the 300 HP guy? I'll tell you in a minute. I won't know until I fight him. Oh my god. That thing just aggroed at the worst time. I'm not gonna be able to smoke. Yeah, I don't know. I'll tell you. I'll have to tell you in a minute. Once I get to loot him. I thought about healing, but I felt like he was already so low. I was trying to keep pressure on him. If I had been more geared, I would have healed. So I was just trying really hard to just keep pressure and just not take any damage. I hope that's a 300 health guy. I hope it is. That would make my day. After how today went, that would 100% make my day. I don't think it is though. Let's see. Come on. I'll gear it to you. Not 300, but decent gear for sure. He's probably like 250 to 270. I would say somewhere in that range. Geared enough. Geared enough for that to be a hard fight for me. But yeah, that's how you have to fight Brick. That's how you have to do it as Bartender. You have to play range and keep throwing poisons at them until they die. However, the issue is there is still a 300 HP brick in my lobby, and I don't think I can kill another 300 HP brick. You use these little medical, or not, material bags to, replenish. I'll show you in a second here. You can replenish your materials using this bag. This thing right here. Takes a minute, but yeah, that gives you 15 of each, item back. Although I guess not 15 of the green. I think it's 15. Oh, each material equal to 15 cost. Yeah, so 15 cost. So I think the green costs like 3, so it's a little bit less. It's still good though. The material bags are pretty easy to get to. You can get them from the wooden crates. The cube? Yeah, I tried it. It was pretty bad. Game is completely dead on US servers. And the gameplay was pretty mid at best. Oh, Cloud, did I kill you? Yeah, GG, man. Tell you, the amount of work I had to do to win that fight was a lot. A lot of effort required to win that fight. Cool. Well, I'm honestly kind of glad that I didn't have to fight the other brick, to be honest. Yeah, that's my only chance of ever killing you, Cloud. If I don't, like, kite you with poisons, I might as well just ult F4. I can't win a straight 1v1 fight. I don't have the, like, the right stats for it. Brick just wins melee, unless I'm doing that stuff. That is, my only course of action. Honestly, oh yeah, what was your HP, Cloud? Were you like 270 or something? That's what I figured. what's happening, man. I'm just gonna let him anyway. Oh. Were you only 212, Cloud? That's actually crazy. I thought you were higher than 212. Do you not have the HP perk yet? Or are you still working on like levels? Well, gonna have to grab that, right? I'm not using safe pockets because I always forget because the items don't move into safe pocket by default. Bartender can get a perk that I don't have access to yet that will slow people down if I hit them with poison. Look at that. This one here, 10 seconds of slow for 5%. That's a lot of movement speed slow. So you can basically infinitely chain poisons once you hit level 10 with Sticky Drink. Oh, I forgot to use my shotgun that game. I had a shotgun the whole time and I just forgot to use it. Dummy. I completely forgot. Just slipped my mind. Daggers, it's kind of hard to say, like, how good Dagger is or not. I feel like... I'm torn. I've heard some people say that they really like Dagger for Rogue, but a part of me also kind of doesn't like them a whole lot. It's hard, man. It's really hard. Can any of you guys here that, like, play a decent bit of Rogue tell me what makes the Dagger better than the Katana? You know? What is the advantage that you have for daggering versus having, like, the damage and range that the Katana has? Because the dagger, it's so short when you're trying to hit people, and then if you miss, there's a big, like, delay. Isn't the Katana just stronger? You don't think the shotgun's very good? Really? I feel like it's good for pressuring people. Like, to basically be forced to push you. 60% slow for 5 seconds with Dagger Mastery? Wait, is that a rogue perk? Hold up. Is that a thing? Now you're making me, like, not sure if I, like, misread the skills. 60% slow? Dagger Mastery only gives you 40% debuff. How does that result in 60% slow? Oh, this with weak point strike? Reducing target's defense. Targets hit by weak point strike while inside the smoke have their movement speed reduced by 60%. So this. But they have to be inside the smoke, right? So it's basically contingent on someone being willing to push you, pretty much. Interesting. Okay. So I guess I mean, obviously, you run weak point strike plus smoke bomb, and then you forego quick step and a poison. Yes, but they can't move at all. So you pressure with shotguns and throwing knives with poison. Okay. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. So you're basically planning... So basically you're planning to play range with daggers and with the gun. And then the moment that someone is pushing you inside of the smoke, you're using the dagger and making it so they can't move, so they just take all the DPS, because obviously they can't get out of it. Do you take X-ray vision in smoke, or is that a waste of a perk? Hi, Schizo. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I'm just not exactly sure how I would personally make the build. You do take the X-ray. Is the X-ray good? Oh, you do not take it. It's a waste of a perk. The X-ray goes away after the first hit. Oh, okay. Got it. So it's not useful at all then? Okay. So are you, Quirf, are you ever meleeing them without your smoke? I'm assuming if they run away from smoke, then you pull your gun back out and then keep ranging them until they eventually fight you. So you're just trying to, like, be annoying. Just trying to be obnoxious is what I'm hearing. I'm gonna sell some wire. Get some money on my rogue. I mean, for 7k a piece, I'd say that's a pretty solid deal. Oh no, not with dagger. If you want to melee without slow, you need to use katana plus drop shotgun. Gotcha. Okay. Now, doesn't rogue counter you though? Because rogue with quick step can take away the slow debuff, and then, well, you're just never gonna really be able to fight them properly. So don't you get countered by katana backstep? I feel like you would. Clearing zombies sucks with dagger too. I wondered that as well. I was gonna say it's gotta be annoying, right? I kind of figured
Feel
it
free
would
to
be.
look around. You might find something useful.
That piece of scrap you're holding? Huh, it won't last the day.
Look with your eyes, not with your hands.
What I need to do is hit level 10 with Crow, so I can actually, like, utilize some of these, like, new types of builds. Because it feels like without level 10, like, with only 2 perks, I feel like this build doesn't even work, even if I wanted to make it work. So maybe I'll just do, like, a naked run and see if I can get some XP real quick. I kind of want to do what that guy did to me earlier. Well, I think he lived because he got a little lucky, because I got grabbed by that zombie. But his playstyle seemed very obnoxious to deal with. Basically, kite away forever with katana and gun, and then keep throwing smoke bombs down so you can't push, and then Well, and then they just continue to hit you with range, like, over and over and over. Seems very annoying to deal with. It's cringe. I never said it was. I never said it wasn't. Don't do that. Or if the wheels are in motion. the wheels are turning already. I don't know what you're expecting from me. I'm only human after all. So I don't know what you expect from me here. Nah, I don't know what you're talking about. Well, lucky for you, I'm not high enough level on Rogue yet to even do anything like that. So. Is the armor shred crow with revolver still good against brick? Do you mean activating the armor shred like with the gun itself? I don't know if that works or not. No, Crow can definitely beat Brick. No, that's definitely not true. Crow can definitely beat Brick. Crow can actually build HP almost the same as Brick can. It's a gear issue. If Crow is really geared, you can 100% kill Brick, I promise. What do you mean, Crippling Strike? Which move are you talking about? You're not talking about the slowdown, right? Because you don't have that slowdown that you had from last playtest anymore. Because I feel like you're talking about last playtest perk, unless I'm mistaken. Sounds like you are. I know he just took some damage there. Wait, what happened? I pressed E and nothing happened. Wait. Where did my E go? Where did my E go? Did I do something wrong? I pressed E. I pressed my I pressed my move back, and it just didn't do anything. What was that? What the hell was that, man? Why didn't my E work? Why did the skill not work? Is it bugged? What the hell was that? That is some straight bull. What the hell, man? I think I could have 100% killed that guy. I know I could have killed him. For sure. That's real messed up. Dude, he was already like, he was probably like he was probably 2/3 HP already. Because I hit him with a katana plus poison. He had to be at least a little low. Hit him with a throwing knife too? Like, surely he was like losing some health there. I can't believe my freaking skill didn't work. That's so messed up. Of course, I mean, of course I'm gonna die there if my E doesn't work. Dude, that's real rude. I mean, it works in practice, right? I was holding my katana, I swung, and then I pressed E. That's what I did. This is ridiculous. Unbelievable. How could I be so unlucky? Dude, today really has not been my day, has it? I've had so much random BS happen to me. You think it's a bug? Well, clearly it's a bug. Yeah, I mean, it's gotta be. Because it even went on cooldown. And nothing happened. Has to be it has to be a bug. Just a very frustrating one. I mean, I don't mind dying in like a straight 1v1 fight. I just don't want to die to a bug, you know? Oh, fuck. Yes, everyone is currently stacking HP, like, yep, as much HP as you can get. You guessed it. Yep. That's pretty much it. You know, Kukri was really good last playtest. I kind of feel like Kukri is hard lagging this time around. I thought it was good at first, but I think the slowdown it has is kind of, like, massive. Not too convinced on that weapon at the moment. Wait, are they adding a stamina system to this game? Is that true? I don't know anything about that. That is true. By the way, I've noticed that when you die, you get like a couple hundred XP. So if you're dying like consecutively, it's gonna take you probably a week to level up. You really have to survive basically every game if you really want to get any meaningful levels. Just from what I've noticed. I mean, look, I'm in, like, full gear now. Blues and greens, and I'm at 170 health already. It's that, like, it's that quick. Your health just, it scales so fast. Kukri phases through enemies. Oh, does it? That doesn't sound very fun. Oh, I'm with you. Yeah, this game's leveling is, hilariously slow, we'll put it. The stab attack seems bad compared to the first two swings. I don't know if it has more range or not. It's kind of hard to tell. If it is, it's like pretty minimal. Oh my god, I did not know they were sitting right there. I think these guys should have less HP. They're kind of silly. Kind of spongy. That is the first hacking tool I've seen. I don't know what it does. But that's definitely the first one I've noticed. Do you guys think the shotgun or the revolver is better? You know, if you had to choose, you know, one of the two. You think revolver's better? Is that because it just has 6 shots so you can shoot more often? Well, I guess, is that contingent on how much ammo you have? Because shotgun's probably cheaper. Wait, that has health on it. Wait, that's Biss. Come back. Plus HP. Both are same in terms of cost per use, but revolver has 6 shots. Well, yeah, but revolver will end up costing more because you're firing more often, right? That's how I look at it, at least. Oh, I would have loved the 5 times XP. I freaking wish, man. I was hoping. Yeah, I was kind of sad when I saw that they decided not to add it. Hey, then. I don't know if they're teaming, but they kind of look like they're teaming. I didn't realize that was going to put me in a dead-end corner. Yeah, that was like the worst possible place I could have ran off to. It was just a straight dead end. I'm gonna die to the secondary rogue third party, aren't I? Yep, totally. Yep, I'm gonna die to the third party. Nice. Yay, third partied. Freaking teamers, man. I can't stand it. Out of principle, have to fight them. Do that, man. You can't do that. Alright, boys. GG's. I'm gonna go ahead and call it a day. Thank you for stopping by on stream. Hopefully you enjoyed. If you're on YouTube, if you don't mind liking the video, before you go, I'd appreciate it. Helps the pod in advance. If you're on Twitch, drop a follow. And I should be live again tomorrow, I believe. So, see you guys then. And nice, I got some money. Alright, GG's, guys. Catch you later. Peace.